Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your machine and shut. For these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe and so far. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, July 13th. Have a great show planned for you. I know we were off last week. We were starting to blend together. Forgot we was out last week. But we're on episode 20 in this series, Universal Language, Codes and Symbols. So if this is your first time joining us, welcome. The purpose of this series is a couple folds. My main objective when I started the series was kind of to give the family that wasn't familiar with what metaphysics is and kind of basic spirituality information. And so, like these series always do, they morph into different things because I move by energy. Okay. So I highly encourage you, if this is your first time joining us, to go check out some of the earlier episodes when we went over some core fundamental things of how this universe works from an energy perspective, how numbers are involved, etc. Before last time we were on the air, we went over time and what that Mayan calendar was really about. So we're gonna pick up with that, go into time a little bit more tonight, and go over some other stuff. Y'all know how we rock. Okay, so welcome everyone. So let me give a shout out to the people in the chat. Shout out to son Scotty. I think he's going to be able to join us tonight. Shout out to Mohawk I Am. I love that name. Shout out to you. Shout out to RDT. Shout out to Sis Sandra. And y'all can see my voice jacked up again. That's a separate story, y'all. Shout out to Sis Sandra. Shout out to I'm Born here. Shout out to Queen Ottawa. Shout out to Brother Lance. Shout out to Know Thyself. I think I got everybody. And then shout out to everybody in YouTube. So, sorry, fam. I was good with my voice, but we got over the fire stuff here. Although when I came back in town, came back home, as soon as I stepped off the plane, I can literally smell like a fireplace. So that Canada smoke stuff was still lingering, but now I just think it's allergy. So, and shout out to Razzle. Okay, so bear with me, fam. It literally just started acting up my voice, so I'm gonna be a little pitchy tonight. Okay, so shout out to the YouTube family watching. So, with that said, let me hit record.
Recording in progress.
All right. So let me bring on my co-host. Let me bring on Sis Sandra, and then I'll bring on son Scotty. So let me bring on Sis. Sis, you should be able to unmute.
I did.
Okay, there you go. Peace and love, sis. How are you?
Peace and love to you too. I'm doing great. How about yourself, other than your voice?
I know. I'm doing good. Good to hear your voice.
Good that you're back.
Yeah.
How did things go? Well, I hope well. I was thinking about you all the time.
Yeah, they went. I'll talk about that a little bit. They went. But thanks for asking. Appreciate that. Let me bring on son Scotty, and I'm assuming, son, that you didn't have to work tonight, okay? Because you know how I am. Okay, you know
it was
baby.
Perfect timing.
Okay, because I ain't finna have you mess up your ends now.
No, never that.
Okay. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Glad to be back. Glad that you're back. Glad to be back with the family and get into some things.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, good to hear your voice. Very good to hear your voice. Okay, so we're gonna start out with go ahead on with the fuckery. So, sis, I know you got some stuff built up.
Oh, not too much. But
Okay, what's up?
do you know all these weeks, I've been blocked off of your show and the other news show I listen to every day, the American Home, Real Home American News or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I was blocked. They took over my internet. They did it. Oh, I had to fight with my internet, called AT&T, blame it on them, getting mad. What happened was a federal judge, I think in
Mm-hmm.
Missouri,
Uh-huh.
uh, blocked the Biden administration. I'm going to call them out. The Biden administration for going on social media
Mm-hmm.
companies and trying to censor people. And
What?
the
Well, let me try to look at
and
this
the
article. Keep going, sis. What,
and
child?
the minute they did that, my internet straightened up. It started
Shadow
coming
ban
back.
that IP address.
Yeah, they did.
Wow.
They did. They did. And so, you know, I when I listen to First America's Home, whatever, Real News, I just listen to what's going on. I already pay attention to a lot of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't want nobody to do that. They don't want anybody to pay attention to it. They don't want anybody to talk about the heebie-jeebies. All of that was banned. And you know the algorithms, you'll find out they change now.
Oh yeah, they
But
all
that
they
was,
always change, and stay seeing that. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
they're
Especially
letting
with the AI. No, because the AI, let me just throw this in here, because the AI done caught up on the different lingos and words, because I done been on content creators who don't even normally talk about this type of thing. And
Mm-hmm.
they just like bring it up a little bit, and they channel just be like, they like, what's going on? What's going on? Because,
unstable,
their
can't reach
topics
this
never really get
network.
that.
Yeah, that's what they were doing. They went
Mm-hmm.
on everybody's. Uh, I don't know if it's the FISA warrants or how they did it, but it was the FBI's and stuff like that. I'm calling their name out too. It was them who went there and told these social media networks to do this.
Oh yeah.
They
Oh
did that.
yeah.
And so it's just like
Mm-hmm.
Nazi Germany, where they stopped the communication, where people can't do their communicating with each other. So nobody will know what's going
I
on.
got
And
the
if you
article, sis. Let me
go
bring it
ahead.
up.
And and
Child.
and this what I be trying to say, like, because I like working the internet and like satellites, routers, and all that type of stuff.
Uh-huh.
And it's communication is like the number one act of war, like stopping
It is.
communication or
That's a great
getting
point.
communication.
That's a
And
great
Yeah,
so
point.
when
yeah,
censorship on the internet comes as a form of stopping that communication, and then how they are providing communications to so-called other entities, other nations and stuff, like, they can just, set up internet, but your government
Right.
bans the internet. So how is this happening? So
because they made
yeah,
war on the
Child.
people. They have made war on the people. And it's wrong because you can't change my mind about who won or who didn't win that election. You can't change people's minds by just cutting them off so they can't hear the stuff. I mean, we could pick it up in the universe. We don't have to
Right,
listen to
right,
you.
exactly, because I'm going to get it anyway. But
Yeah.
that's how we found it. Nobody just came to YouTube and was like, give me all the esoteric, unknown conspiracy.
right,
Like, what the hell y'all think?
right,
Like,
right. You ain't fisting to hide a damn thing from me, baby. If I want it, I go get it. But okay,
I
all
know that's
right.
right.
So here's
So,
the little article. Child, this out of St. Louis. Shout out to St. Louis.
it's Missouri.
Today,
Oh.
this came out July 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Judge blocks Biden administration officials from communicating with social media companies. A federal judge ordered some Biden administration agencies and top officials not to communicate with social media companies about certain content, handing a win to GOP states in a lawsuit accusing the government of going too far in its efforts to combat the virus disinformation.
You can say it. You can say it.
And
now.
it don't even matter because I'm just going to do that. So that's it. That's all they had on it.
Yeah, I mean, but I didn't know this was considered. I guess it is social media because I just consider Facebook social media.
YouTube is still social media.
But you know what?
All
I
of it
would
is
get
social media. It's a social engineering experiment.
Right, experiment.
Reddit, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, any of these little
Exactly.
applications or these websites, back in the day, if you was on like whatever, and
Right.
even the dating sites, you got to be like, even the GPS, like any application, really.
Absolutely. And what people don't realize, okay, now this is Rhonda's quote conspiracy theorist, okay? All right, it's just my opinion. Who do you think
Start
gave
them
the
apps.
who do you think
Right.
gave them the technology to start this shit up? Behind every one of these major tech companies, and that's including what's his face, the guy that make Tesla. Y'all know who I'm trying to say.
Musk.
Yeah, Musk,
Musk was
Zuckerberg, Gates, all of them, all of the heads of these technology companies. I told y'all years ago, they're just the face of it. They were put in those positions. This technology, it comes from the government. Okay. Now,
and that's throughout history. Like we
that's
go back
throughout
to
history.
Tesla,
Absolutely.
fucking Benjamin Franklin,
Absolutely.
fucking what's the other one? Albert Einstein.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So this social media stuff is no different. So even if let's say, because the story with Gates is he bought the original Windows code from somebody, for dirt cheap. I want to say it was $50,000. It was either $50,000 or $25,000. Doesn't matter.
And it always be like a little story where they ain't really create the original source of nothing.
Right,
they just came in
right,
money,
right. All of that part. All of that part. Okay? So let's say if that story is even true, they got the base code. Okay? Because the official story that they tell is Gates bought this code from some developer for either $25,000 or $50,000, and he was trying to sell it to IBM. And IBM didn't want to buy it because they were building their own Windows, and it was called OS2. Okay, so us old tech heads, we know this shit. Okay, because I used to work on that OS2 stuff, and it was all right, but it wasn't as good as Windows, all right? So IBM turned them down, and so he, quote, started his own company. Yeah, okay then. Blink, 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 blink. So you took your $50,000 code, and your parents and them gave you some scratch. And not only did you outbeat the I to the B to the M, you totally shut them out the market, and you wind up the leading desktop software monopoly around the world. Blink, 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 blink. Now that's not how that went. Okay, they built that stuff. All right, they had their engineers back there building it, or they could have hired someone that was really, really brilliant, young and brilliant to build it. But trust and believe, all of this technology comes from, the government has their hand in it, and each one of the tech companies have to give the government backdoor access to this stuff. That's why I tell you all, whatever y'all doing on this internet, it's number one, it stays forever. And Big Brother is always watching. Okay. So
like with this recent departure.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just about to add in, like, we see this recent add-on to Instagram, Meta, is the Threads app. And basically this is like, it's supposed to be like a counter to like Twitter, but more positive and giving the content creator the ability to like censor out negative and, you know, hateful type stuff and all that. But this is the thing about it. Like, so it's an extension of your Instagram. So you just onboard through your Instagram. And the only way you can delete your Threads account profile is if you delete your Instagram. And I'm like, that don't seem weird to y'all? Like, and it's the biggest growing app. They had so many people sign up for this.
Oh,
like,
so a lot of people are signing up for it? Okay.
Yes, a lot of people are signing up for it.
Because you know they're purposely trying to sunset Twitter. That's why they had Elon Musk fake not wanting to buy it. I saw the play. I'm like, okay, so what is he about to do? Is he about to shut it down? Or are they taking it in another direction? So it appears that he was there to shut it down. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
You know, they found out he gets his ends from China.
That don't surprise me.
Tesla, all of that stuff. So
all them government space agencies just be trading with each other. It's just like y'all
acting like they enemies
against each other because you could be fucking in Japan or somewhere else and you got a contract with the United States government through NASA to take one of your shuttles up through there, and it's like, okay.
But they concerned about national security though.
Right, y'all already like mingling and what they saying, mixing the dope.
Right.
Mixing the dope. That's right. You go ahead, bro. So, and you know, Kevin McCarthy slipped and told it. I don't know if he did it deliberately, but the budget, he said, when he was on TV, he said, we don't want to borrow money from China. We don't want to borrow money from China. I said, that's your enemy, huh?
Mm-hmm. All right, then. That's a good catch, sis. I would not have known that. That's really, really interesting. But let's be clear, it's not the Biden administration.
No,
that's just doing that. They all do it. They all do it. Okay, and it doesn't have to come from that top of a level. But I'm sorry, go ahead, son.
No, I just want to say, because censorship, like, we're just seeing the low levels of it because we're so kind of, you know, spoiled in the United States. Like, our social media is getting censored. Like, what about when they shut down the whole internet? Like, they say you can't have internet. We control that shit. And if you're going to have internet, we control where you can go on the motherfucker.
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you, that's what they do in China. If you've ever been over there and you try to use the internet, you can use it, but you only gonna get back Chinese motherfucking results. I was sitting there like blink, blink, blink. I couldn't do nothing. I'm like, well, I might as well get off of here because I ain't finna get back nary of results that I'm looking for. So you're right. A lot of the world is heavily censored. Heavily censored.
Major ISPs, global ISPs are all under the Department of Defense in whatever nation they in. So
how convenient.
It rolled up to the Department of Defense.
So that means they got backdoor access to that shit.
Yeah, that's true. They do. Mm-hmm. They do. I heard they do.
Like I had said. So, wow. Well, this is getting ready to get interesting, fam. I think that when they first instituted or rolled out this social media stuff, it was definitely an experiment because, number one, they wanted to find out how many people would be so receptive.
How many foolish people, huh?
to get.
And this part, how easily you will hit that terms and condition and give away all kinds of consent. And privacy.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And don't think it was no accident that after a certain event happened with
I was
some
thinking the same
certain
thing.
towers
I was thinking
coming
the same
down
thing.
in New York.
More Powers Act. Hmm.
And they rolled out them agencies, and
Big time.
privacy was rolled back. Don't think that that
Back.
was by accident, that right after
Rights were
that,
rolled back too.
then that's when the internet started really getting hot, and then social media, because they already had the base laws in place to quote invade folks' privacy. All right.
Privacy.
That's why when you're on these people's stuff, okay, messing around in their establishments, it's their rules. Okay. It is what it is. That's the way I look at it. So that's why I don't really complain anymore when I know that certain videos are being messed with, whatever the case may be. I'm like, hey, this is these people's establishment. It is what it is.
And you know how people funnily say they'd be like on Beyonce's internet,
Yeah,
on
that
Beyonce's
cracks me.
internet,
And I
you
say
know
Al Gore.
that stems from her ability as an artist to be scrubbing stuff from the internet about her. It started way back with Destiny's Child, and and all that type of stuff. So then that like it's really backdoor access, because then if a celebrity is that high profile, that they can be like, yeah, I need to scrub that.
Absolutely. They can definitely scrub stuff. So then the second thing with this whole social media phenomenon, it was really to see how people were willing, how much of people's personal business and information were they willing to share. So I'm sure it was a shock to them that it took off.
How easy.
How easy it was. Because I'm still blown away at the amount of information that people share. And I'm like, I'm sorry, go ahead, son.
That book of faces, and starting it with like college students and shit.
Yeah,
that's how they
it started.
With like credit cards and shit. They come get you like, oh yeah,
right. The credit card companies on the campus
thing,
and them babies wind up, coming out of college in debt, $25,000, $50,000, and fucking credit cards on top of.
Oh, and that's something.
Yeah.
How in the world can they do
when
that?
I was in college, a credit what?
It didn't have one.
It didn't exist. Child, if you had a credit card when I was in college, that was one that you was on your parents' credit card. How you fencing to have a credit card and you ain't got no job? So that was a scam out the door. But so it's how much of your business are you willing to put out there? And then it was a way for them to spread information. Now, what they did not expect.
Disinformation too.
Yeah, disinformation, which that's what they accuse us of, right? That's what they accuse the quote conspiracy theories of, and most of the information. I'm not gonna say all, because some of that shit is just way out in left field, and folks on some bull crap for sure. But
that's
a lot
even
of
part
it.
Of their plan.
True, because that could be stuff that they put out. Yeah. True.
Right, exactly. That's part of what they do. They put out the extra stuff, so it muddies the water. It creates a lot of noise.
That's
so you
true.
can't disseminate the real fuck shit from the fuck shit that they just set up for you to be a distraction. Like that's the aliens. True. Like, okay, cool, yeah, we know it's probably other entities and shit, but like, if y'all ain't fucking gone to the moon, we know y'all ain't got aliens like that.
Right.
Fucking playing games.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So it's that aspect, but what they did not expect was how much truth started hitting, and they like, oh shit. So that's when they tried to, now they're coming with the censorship. But the good part about it is, the universe said, no, you started it. So that's what you put out. So now this is what's going to happen as a result of that. So it doesn't matter, how much they try to censor this, that, and the other, because you can't roll it back. You cannot roll back truth. You can't roll it back. It is what it is. Now, people don't have to accept it, but you can't roll it back. So it doesn't even matter at this point. If they shut this bitch down right now in my mid-sentence, doesn't matter. It's still out there. Okay. So it is what it is. All right. So that's a good one. That's a good one, sis. Sis, you have anything else? Any other? Go ahead on with the fuckery.
An example of this truth is going to get out no matter what is the cocaine in the White House, right?
Child, I said that, child, child, now, I don't know how much coke is going for shit, but that don't look like that was the little bag in it, and to y'all, it's a distraction, because I'm like, who the fuck cares?
Of course.
I don't care.
Who cares? But
the little baggie they showed, I said, oh, somebody got some change to have that much coke, so we know it ain't no intern. So, child.
Well, there's another thing. They said it was cocaine. They didn't say it was crack cocaine. So, what is the White House? But pretty much white.
That fish scale, it ain't called the White House for nothing.
Child, and I mean, the ancestors say they are in DC, and DC about their life. Although they did clean up DC, but I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They tried to put it at the BP's limousine door. I said, what did you say that stuff was called? Cocaine? You didn't say crack. Did you say cocaine?
Oh, now you wrong for that shit, sis. I'm just catching on.
You know what I'm talking about.
Catching on what you say. Child. Whatever.
It don't take a rocket scientist to figure it out.
And when I saw that breaking news, coke found in the White House, I'm like, oh, so this the coke y'all want to admit to? You ain't finna tell me that y'all wasn't doing no lines and before then, child, they can go somewhere with that foolishness.
Like them carrier freights, Chase, JP Morgan.
But they had keys on that bitch though. They had kilos of cocaine on that cargo. What's the
moved
face?
it through.
Yeah,
that's all I can say.
Yeah.
That's all. And I didn't hear nothing else about the story or who was being prosecuted, who brought in the dope, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. I'm like, okay, then.
When they don't want to tell you, they ain't going to tell you because they don't have respect for you. They just have respect for themselves and their almighty currency.
And too many heads of states and government officials and judges and people is implicated at all levels of that. Like, you just don't move stuff in these institutions, these big ass institutions. Like, oh, how did that get there? Where did that come from?
I mean, they had keys. I think it was like 100 or something keys on there.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute. I know they didn't say this got to be this coming out of Miami or something.
I was like, fucking send me the shipment right now, straight to the White House. I need it.
Child, but yeah,
that
they can go play with somebody else.
What was that green thing?
What green thing?
That ship. The ship was green something.
You mean the chase stuff? Yeah, it was like a barge thingamajig.
That's that old girl and the man that was in there before. That's the company type stuff. I understand.
And then, the drugs is like, oh yeah, you give a pass for a whole bunch of drugs. It can mysteriously disappear into wherever. But, that's also a cover for the people and the children that's also on
I got
crates
something.
and shit.
I got something on that too.
Oh, that's too much stuff today on that one.
I know somebody else posted something. Y'all finna be blown away on it.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, well, it's already gonna be censored. So
some of my freedom. Sound of freedom.
I'll wait. I'm gonna let y'all get through y'all stuff, and then I'll bring up that article next. But that's a good one, sis. Thanks for that. Did not know that. All right, son Scotty, do you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Nothing so specific, just like some like general thoughts of stuff. Cause I was thinking about how like we talk about the higher ups and, the 1%. And it had me thinking of like the food pyramid and how like we know that's a scam. Like, first of all, you shouldn't be eating by this weird ass pyramid. And really it's distorted because like how they teach us in language, how it's a words, we know a certain word has a certain meaning, but we allow them to give another meaning to it. So it's like these people aren't really higher ups. Right. They're not really elite. They're actually like, we know they're vibrating on these low frequencies, this low energy, so like even in our, talking about these people, we give them this like pedestal that they do not really exist
don't
on.
Deserve. Exactly.
I
1000% agree.
Because even at the top, these people, and then we think that, like when we talk about the hidden hand, the nobility, and, these people in these societies, secret societies and stuff, like, there's like a romanticizing about them that they have this access and power and so much money, but they really be prisoners. They are not free at all. They are prisoners to that sick, degenerate existence. They have to, whatever they in, they have to constantly cover up and siphon the energy to keep that going. And so like, it's not something to be desired. Like it's not higher up. It's not. And so, I just found that like, a really like, cause I mean, even, I talk about it like that. I was just like, that's kind of weird that we do that. And these people, we know that they like sick individuals, like they do not deserve any higher up type of titles. Maybe they little percentage should be just like, they actually don't matter that much because of that small percentage. We allow this small percentage of people to siphon energy and flip our perspectives of stuff in this realm to the point where they actually control it by these weird ass lies. And 1000%. When you really break shit down, it'd be like, damn, it was really that simple, but the simplicity hides how complex it is. Because it's like, oh, you just told me like with outer space, how we say outer space all the time, but then they teach us that it's up.
Right.
Outer space.
But they telling you it's out.
Means it's out. It's across. It's literally in the word, but they told us the word means something else to fit their lie, to fit their narrative, to fit their program. And, even on the linguistic level, that shit is so fucking crazy. So that was one point. And then my other random point was, so I had been watching these like European royalty type shows, like about, people in Prussia and Germany and Russia. So the most recent one I was watching was about Catherine the Great in Russia. And she was actually, like a German princess that came over, and she converted to Russian Orthodox and all that type of stuff. And you see like a narrative of them like converting and doing all this type of stuff and getting princesses from Germany and all this type of stuff. But throughout her reign, she did a lot of different things. And I found two of them very interesting. So they had like an outbreak of smallpox and black pox and all this type of stuff. And she she headed getting vaccinations even at this time. Like, so, and then a lot of people were scared. They were scared of the plague, but they were also scared of the science and medicine behind the vaccination.
Wow.
And so she actually did a campaign and stood as the person that was like, get the vaccine if you want to live, basically. And I found that
the same script basically that we just went through 3 years ago.
Exactly. Same script. And this script always somehow ties to the Americas and, you know, the United States and the indigenous people of this land and all this type of stuff. So the second point about this show that I found interesting during Catherine the Great's reign was her attention to agriculture. Because you don't think of Russia having, like, what are they fucking growing out there? What is their agriculture like? What are they eating?
It's cold as shit.
And so, yeah. And so you saw her going on a campaign of like finding relatives who had big lands and they could change it into observatory, like garden type stuff, where it's like, oh, it's not right on the land. They putting it in this thing like a greenhouse so they can control the atmosphere and temperature that will allow things to grow. And so the specific thing that they chose to grow was American vegetables and fruits. And literally they was like, yeah, we going to all the cousins. We need to get their estates with all the land, set up these greenhouses, and we need to grow. And the one thing that they focused on was the potato, which we think, oh, that comes from Ireland. And like, no.
Over here.
No, a lot of these things, they lie and say that it's indigenous to Europe and stuff. But no, it was from America. And so even at this time, you see these heads of states from Russia getting vegetables and fruits from the Americas to grow on their lands to feed their people.
Yeah, because remember, they were starving over in Europe. They literally were, number one, they fucked up the land, okay, because their little system and the way that the European style of gardening back then, or agriculture, it stripped the land out of its natural minerals and stuff. So it had gotten to the point where they really couldn't even grow. Their people were literally over there starving. Okay. So none of this surprises me. That's why if you go back and look at like that was Jefferson. That was really into agricultural, and read some of his journals, and he was talking about cross-pollination. They didn't know nothing about gardening, farming, all of that shit. The stuff that our ancestors naturally knew. Like, you know, Big Mama and them, they didn't have to read no books to know how to grow stuff. It was just innately in them and passed down from generation to generation to generation. And when I was reading those journals, I'm like, oh shit, wait a minute. They really didn't know how to do true agricultural and
they didn't know how to
pollination,
rest the land
and all of that. Because when they started setting up colonies over here, and you can go check the records and you see what they had to bring back. A lot of it was crops and stuff, seeds. I was just blown away, like, wow, they got a lot of stuff from over here. So no, very, very, very good point. Very good. Oh, that's a good point, DJ ZPE. The mini ice age, aka potato blight. Yeah, and I'm gonna tell y'all something. Potatoes are the easiest thing to grow. Literally, you could take a grocery store potato, and if it got that little eye on it, all you gotta do is take that eye out, or you don't even have to take it out. You could sit that potato on your counter, and it's gonna naturally start growing from them eyes. A plant is gonna start to grow, and you can cut the eye off once it starts growing and put it in the ground. Potatoes are the easiest thing to grow. So if you can't grow potatoes in your soil, you have a problem. You have a big problem. So that shows you how they messed up their soil and all of that. And they had cut down so many trees over there because they were building all of those structures and stuff. They didn't understand the natural ecosystem. And so even when they were cutting down all of them trees, I want to say it was King James, don't quote me on that, but one of the kings had to step in and put a moratorium on them cutting down trees. Okay, because cutting down them trees were stripping the land also. And hell, DJ ZPE, they probably threw it into a mini ice age. When you keep coming in messing with vegetation and stuff, you're gonna mess with the natural ecosystem that's tied to the weather. Okay, but our ancestors, I mean, we know that. That's how we know how to grow like sister gardens, companion plants, what to put together, this, that, and the third. And it's sad. And it's coming back. Thank God that it's coming back with people doing like the natural gardening and stuff, and not planning how the European style of agriculture is saying, with the planting the shit in the rows and all of that, because it's really supposed to be more of a natural ecosystem of planting, and you're supposed to plant stuff that's compatible with each other. So for example, if you plant tomatoes, then plant basil right next to the tomatoes, shit like that. Okay, if you plant corn, plant squash next to the corn. Okay, so that style of gardening, it's coming back, but it's not coming back from the big farms, the farms that are doing profits. It's really coming back from people that's doing mom and pop gardens, or people that's doing local gardens. So it's not lost, thank God. And I have to give a shout out to melanated people, because I saw it change like that. Literally, it was just, I woke up one day and I just saw all of these garden groups pop up on Facebook and, on YouTube. And it was a lot of melanated people that were out there gardening, and they were like, yeah, I got this, my big mama, my papa taught me this. So it was never lost in the melanated community. So I'm happy to see that it is coming back, and people are getting a clue, like, this is not healthy to have to depend on a system to feed me. I need to know how to get out here and throw some seeds out here and make it happen. So interesting stuff nonetheless. Yes, companion planning, DJ ZP. Yes, sir.
One more thing.
No, you
and
good.
Then so that was like, well, I know it's not like a vegetable. What is it, like a tuber or something? The potato. But like the fruit that they were like obsessed with was oranges. So like having like a peeled real orange and not something that's like candied and in a jar. So like this also takes my mind back to like, so everything is always, we see these proxy wars, in Europe, but they always have these extensions, these legs to the Americas, to the United States, whether it be like providing them funds and money. And so I'm talking about, Catherine the Great of Russia, Russia, Ukraine, we see this right now. So like always in the back of my mind, I'm like, what is the exchange? What are they getting out of the Americas, besides the obvious, we see the money that just keep going and flowing and all this type of stuff. But on the back end, you know, the weapons, the technology, the, you know, access to communications and internet and all that type of stuff. And then like, so just thinking like, you know, the Americas really do like feed the world. And we have been, you know, taught to believe that it's, you know, Africa or this and that and all that type of stuff. But like, no, it's the Americas, and they be doing it on the low and not trying to say it outright, you know, explicitly, you know, because in my head, I'm like, how much surplus do we have to be able to feed other countries and other continents, you know, how much seed, you know, and then it's like, okay, what if, you know, this region didn't really have a surplus? We know how they did farmers, you know, in the Americas, like civil rights and stuff, having them subsidize their land. Oh, it's wartime. Yeah, give me your land. Yeah,
that's
we're gonna pay you. We're gonna pay you. And then they don't fucking pay you. And now you got to give up your land, your property to the fucking bank and the government. And they just played the okie doke on you. And so, like, you know, where was they getting all these fucking seeds to plant all these potatoes and oranges and doing all this type of shit? And then now, you know, looking at Russia, Ukraine, like, what is the exchange? We see all these people, we see the movement of people definitely too, but then we got to also think about these other things like the land and like, you know, our resources and all of that, because when it's a proxy war, I feel like it's always a play for something in the Americas, United States.
That's a very good point, because you know, China, the reason that they're in Africa, and it's definitely a land grab. And shout out to the channel Adapt 2030. He does an excellent job of going over how the climate changes on the planet and how it's cyclical. And according to the data that he's gathered up from like hundreds of years worth of data, Europe is definitely scheduled for another ice age, okay, and including Asia. And so China is putting their stakes in Africa for agriculture. They have built dams and stuff over there. And that's why China is over in Cali. Okay. It's really for the agriculture. So that's an excellent point, son. That's absolutely an excellent point. And America's so cold with it. It's such fertile land. You know, that's why everybody over here in our motherfucking kitchen and in our pots, because even if you up north, you could still grow shit plentiful and grow it enough that you can stock your stuff up. That's how fertile the American land is. And, you know, and the South, I mean, that's just a given because of the climate. And California is such an agricultural heaven because of the temperature climate, because it stays, you know, it doesn't get too hot or too cold. It's like even keel, and how you can grow stuff year round. So yeah, America has some very, very fertile land. It's always been that way. And the sad part about it, she's not as fertile as she used to be, even through my lifetime when, you know, my grandparents were growing up. They didn't have to put so much into the soil to
dry farming,
you know, to get it to produce in abundance. That's because of the pollution whatsoever, whatever. But even with that said, America is still very, very fertile. That's why it's no excuse for anyone in America to be hungry.
We used to have a lot of
this
dry
goes
farming.
back to too, like we say the word more so farmers now, but then we kind of got skewed away from the word planter because of plantations, and us thinking that was only about slaves and bodies, but they were planting things.
They were farmers. Absolutely.
And living on their plantation. Yeah. So plantation even got skewed.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Because if doing your genealogy and you look in the records, well, I shouldn't speak for most. I can only speak for my people. They were farmers.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, interesting
Texas
stuff.
for sure. Texas,
Very, very.
Georgia.
Yeah. Yeah. When I was watching, Bridgerton, about old girl, Queen Charlotte. And it was a scene in there where she was in a greenhouse, and they had orange trees in there. And I just kind of cracked up because that was considered a luxury. It was literally considered a luxury. So I just kind of cracked up. I'm like, damn. And in America, we can just, if you're in Cali or you're in Florida or somewhere in the South, you can just walk down the street and just, pick
a tree.
Yeah, pick shit. You come in my front yard, goddammit, I gotta go pick apples off of my tree because one of the branches linked down on the ground. But yeah, so.
Oh, and that's another thing. Who gets access to this stuff? Because you would think, oh yeah, like Ukraine, they blowing stuff up, blah, blah, blah. Let's give them money and, access to food. And then the food and money don't even go to them fucking people. It go to the elite, the upper echelon, and all these.
Oh yeah, to their gold facials. So
we be like, oh yeah, we think we trying to be good Samaritans, but no, we just helping out the fuck people.
Yeah, and again, I don't have a problem with, sharing food or whatever, but that should not happen until everybody at home is fed. That would be like me giving away majority of the food in my home, and then I can't feed my family. No, we not finna do that. Okay, now I can give you a surplus, but you sure ain't finna get.
Who keeping check of the pantry?
Right, exactly. See, I don't play that. I don't play that in my personal home. My pantry being down. So that's all I'm saying with it. That's not acceptable to me. It's not. But the other part of this equation is, we as individuals, you have families, whatever the case may be. We have to do a little more due diligence. So if you don't want to garden and stuff, I feel that it is a lot of work, this, that, and the third. But you need to be in connection with who are your local growers, your farmers markets. You need to have your pantry stocked, because I guess probably Generation X, we're probably the last generation that grew up with our grandparents that had cellars or in the basements where they canned, because the rule was after the quote, quote, growing season was over, your excess, you always canned that. And you were able to, eat off of that all winter. So even if you don't want to do the canning and all of that, bottom line is you should always have your staples stocked up. And I didn't just wake up out the bed and say that. I've been saying that for years. Always have a staple. So it don't like when Rona and them jumped off, I witnessed co-workers getting off work early to go grocery shop to try to, I don't have no toilet paper. I don't have no this. I'm shit. Rhonda, you need, oh, baby, I'm good. I guarantee you. I was saying in my mind, they can shut this bitch down for 2-3 years and I'm going to be okay. I can guarantee motherfucking you that. Seize whatever, you ain't finna starve me and mine. I don't give a damn this shit y'all talking. I'm good. Shit. I need toilet paper to wipe my ass, all of that. Nope, no, we wasn't raised like that. We from the South, goddammit. We don't play that. So,
and then also inspiring people to, I feel like you inspire people to start their own gardens, their personal gardens, their home gardens, because even my mom and my aunts, like they work in like the school system and like transportation and type of stuff like that. And so like like being a nutritionist, like, and you seeing what they feeding the kids and all this type
Garbage.
stuff. And then looking at the ingredients and realizing like, oh, this is not real, made with bioengineering. Like I'm looking at my mom and my aunts, they like, oh no, they posting on Facebook like, I gotta just start growing my own stuff. Look at this. Look at this. I forgot to look at my label and look at this. Made with bioengineered ingredients. I'm good.
It's and I don't. Okay, Gen Xers, I know y'all gonna know what I'm talking about. And I remember when they changed it, because when I went to high school, it changed. But when we was in grade school, we actually had lunch ladies back there fucking cooking. They was actually back there cooking with the what's the face hair nets and shit on, and they was throwing down. It was people back there actually cooking, and you got your breakfast and your lunch. It was food. Okay, and I never forget when we would like go to breakfast. Sometimes I hated it because I ain't want to be up in that bitch early like that, but for whatever reason, if I was in there and we went to breakfast, they had like, bacon, eggs, and not even them powdered eggs, real eggs, oatmeal, and them lunch ladies was like somebody's mom, so you couldn't come up there and say, well, I just want some bacon. They didn't play that shit. It was like Big Mama and them, if you want some bacon and eggs, you gotta take this oatmeal. The only exception was that sugary ass chocolate milk. But other than that, we had food, real cooking food. And when I got to high school, that's when it flipped. And they outsourced it to different companies. And so that's when the prepackaged stuff started coming in, and it was awful. And what they feeding these babies today, it's equivalent to me fast
the chicken
food.
Nuggets out the bag, the pizza out the box, the motherfucking
and the nutritional value, it's just not there. That's equivalent again to having your child have one meal a day as fast food. And that's okay if you're okay with that. We're just keeping it real.
That's literally what it is.
Yeah, it's fucking fast food.
It's fast food in the school. They put the fast food in the prison. They done that's just a whole big indoctrination thing. That we really got like break that shit down. That's crazy how they invented school and put all of that shit into it.
Yep. So it's important, fam, that we understand these things, we recognize these things, and you do the necessary planning for yourself and your family, because we don't have to sit up here and depend on them. We have the power to take those things in our control, and we should. We definitely should. Okay, so interesting stuff. All right, so child, let me go ahead on and bring this up. Y'all finna trip. Shout out to my boy Tony. I saw him put this out, and I was like, I'm done. I just can't do it. Hold on, fam. Let me bring it up. Okay. So I'm gonna play the Son Scotty and Sis. I'm about to play a video, so I know it's a little different for y'all on Zoom.
All right.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna go on mute.
Okay. So if you gonna listen, just go on mute. Okay. So let me do this. So the name of this article, this is from Newsweek, y'all, and this came out this morning. Child, California And people be in their feelings when we be talking about Cali. Okay. And Cali is a beautiful state. I will never deny Cali that. Fertile land, all of that. To me, it's just been ran in the ground. That's just my opinion. But anyway, California Democrats block bill to make child trafficking a serious felony. Now, I want y'all to be clear. This ain't Rhonda saying this. This ain't nobody else up on this panel saying this. This is coming from Newsweek. So let's look at this video. Here we go. Oh, hell, I could have did this my damn self. Well, damn, the hell with it. I'll read the article. Shit. Thought somebody was going to talk. Oh, here it is. Okay, that's if they go.
Just a quick word from our sponsor.
When you look around your home, what makes you smile?
Sorry,
Personal
y'all.
touches, beautiful light, lines, colors,
gotta
things
get
of
they
quality
money
that
on,
enhance
too.
your life. California Closets specializes in making space for what belongs, with richly textured finishes and quality materials that last. From the bedroom to the pantry to the mudroom, everything we do is custom designed, built, and installed by people who take pride in serving you. Think of it as practical magic. Book your free design consultation today at californiaclosets.com.
California Democrats block bill to make child trafficking a serious felony by Dara Roche. A Democrat majority committee in the California State Assembly has declined to advance a bill that would make child trafficking a serious felony in the Golden State. Democrats on the Assembly Public Safety Committee decided not to advance the proposed legislation on Tuesday in a move that could mean the bill won't pass into law this year. Republican Senator Shannon Grove introduced the bill, which passed with unanimous bipartisan support in the state Senate and would classify child trafficking as a serious felony, making that offense subject to the state's 3 strikes rule. Under that rule, a person convicted of at least 3 serious felonies is punished with a prison sentence of between 25 years and life. The Public Safety Committee, which has a Democratic majority, declined to advance Senator Grove's bill, known as SB 14, on Tuesday, and some members expressed concerns about the effectiveness of the 3 strikes rule and longer sentences. The committee, which has 8 members, voted down the proposal with 2 Republican members voting in favor and 6 Democrats abstaining. Governor Gavin Newsom, a Democrat who is considered a possible future presidential candidate, has weighed in on the matter and spoken to Grove by phone about the bill. He said on Wednesday that he was surprised about the committee's decision. "I want to understand exactly what happened yesterday," Newsom told reporters. "I take it very seriously." Senator Grove issued a statement on Tuesday saying, after passing the Senate with a unanimous, bipartisan vote, "I had hoped Democrats on the Assembly Public Safety Committee, led by Assemblyman Reggie Jones-Sawyer, de Los Angeles, would agree to make sex trafficking of a minor a serious felony. I am profoundly disappointed that committee Democrats couldn't bring themselves to support the bill, with their stubborn and misguided objection to any penalty increase regardless of how heinous the crime," she said. Newsweek has reached out to Jones-Sawyer, chair of the Assembly Public Safety Committee, via email for comment. Jones-Sawyer issued a statement on Tuesday about the committee's decision. The 3 strikes model of sentencing is ineffective in preventing crime and protecting the public safety. "We will not build on a deeply flawed sentencing system that unfairly punishes disadvantaged communities," the statement said. SB 14 makes no new corrective actions or enhancements to laws already in place. Ultimately, members of the Assembly's Public Safety Committee understood the author's intent but recognized this bill needs considerable work and granted reconsideration, Jones-Sawyer's statement concluded. "Longer sentences don't actually stop things from happening," said Assembly Majority Leader Isaac Bryan, a Democratic member of the committee during Tuesday's hearing. "All they do is increase our investment in systems of harm and subjugation at the expense of the investments that the communities need to not have this be a problem to begin with," Bryan said. Jones-Sawyer and Grove met on Wednesday afternoon in what she described as a productive meeting that ended without an agreement. Grove wants the bill to be voted on without changes. "The bill needs to be brought to the Assembly floor," she said on Wednesday. "And it needs to be voted on as is." Just a quick word from our sponsor.
I ain't getting no quick word again. All right, y'all. So there you have it. hot off the press from this morning from Newsweek, California Dems block bill to make child trafficking a serious felony.
So, I know that, right? I heard about it. So right now, we're in the throes of the border being open with 85,000, according to DHS, DP, whatever, Children's Services, DPS, whatever. 85,000 children missing, right? They don't know where these children are. And they are finding that sex trafficking, human trafficking, is a super bad problem right now. But yet California is going to do that. And people were complaining about the people in cages, the children in cages, when Trump was in office. And those children, now the Catholic charities are giving these people condoms and the day after pills and everything
as they come through birth control, but keep going.
I know they're coming
through moving the goalposts like a motherfucker.
I know, right? Because that's what they said. But keep going, sis.
And they're coming through the Darien Gap, and these children and people are being raped by 10 and more people at a time.
You can't say that, but go ahead.
Oh, well, yeah, that word.
The Darien Gap, like
the Darien Gap. I don't know what I don't know. That's South America, Darien Gap.
Oh, South America. Okay, never mind. Okay.
Yeah, not the Caucasus. So yeah, these people are coming through, and the children are being trafficked. They say they got a Sound of Freedom film out now showing you how it really works. But see, California want their ends. That's what you call it. Yeah. They want their ends.
You got to do this when you say it.
Yeah, because it's $10,000 a head for an adult, $3,000 for a child, I think it is. And the United States is the biggest consumer of that kind of stuff. That's what they saying. And California gonna do that. These people are wrong. And they talking about they don't want that 3 strikes stuff, right? No, they don't want themselves to be caught up in it. And then they would have to have that
That's
sentence.
what I was thinking. I'm going to be honest. I'm like, okay, so y'all telling on y'allself. I hope you
they telling on themselves.
Your slip is really, really showing.
It's showing too much.
This whole stuff with these babies, y'all know it just disgusts me.
Makes me so mad.
People talk a good game, but they're not really about that. It's a lot of justification for a lot of abuse and stuff that's going on. So this next story I'm about to tell, I need to be careful in how I'm saying it for a particular
but they are telling off on themselves. You're right. They telling off on themselves because it's coming out in open. They hate Trump, right? They really hate Trump. A lot of people just have a Trump syndrome. But he's the one who put out an executive order to stop that from happening. For human trafficking. They done found some people over in Ukraine with the babies.
Yeah, because I hope that people realize that this is it's a worldwide thing. It really is, and not only the trafficking of the babies, which is just, oh my God. That's but also of young adults as well. This is a worldwide thing, and where I'm at now here in Ohio, trafficking is a big thing here. And something happened recently where I was just blown away. I had came back in from out of town and I was having a conversation with someone, and they were like, "You know so and so?" I'm like, "Yeah, I know so and so." And they were like, "Yeah, well, their best friend's niece came up missing." I'm like, "Oh my God, is everything okay?" And they said, "Yeah, they found her." I'm like, "Okay." And so, long story short, they said that she was missing to the point where it was on the news and everything. I'm like, "What?" They're like, "Oh, that's right, because you've been out of town, this, that, and the third." And so they told me the story that the news had said the last place they thought the little girl was seen. Okay, so this person knew that area, and they, got their peeps together, and they went to that area, and they was asking about this little girl. And they like, everybody was like, "No, I haven't seen her, this, that, and the third." Sorry, y'all. Y'all see my voice is jacked up. "We haven't seen her, this, that, and the third." So they pulls off. So the little girl heard her people out there asking for her. So these criminals, these degenerates, stupid as fuck, thank God the baby had her phone. So she texted her people. And she was like, "I am here. Come and get me." So
Wow.
her people came back. Boom, 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 boom. "Let out of this motherfucker now." And they let the little girl out. And so they took the little girl to the hospital, this, that, and the third. And the little girl had drugs in her system. And so I was saying to this person, I said, "So what happened to the people where the little girl was at?" And they were like, they released the little girl, and they didn't go and kick in that door and get them people that was holding the little girl. And I'm like, "You know what? I'm done. I'm out. I can't stomach this shit. I literally can't stomach it." I'm like, "So let me just make sure I understand. They had to go rescue the girl, they motherfucking self, the same little girl that's been on the news, and you telling me that the police, she went to the hospital, she had drugs in her system, and the girl was 12 fucking years old, by the way. I forgot to say that. And you mean to tell me the motherfucking police didn't come and kick in the door and get them adults?" She was like, "No." So folks don't take this stuff serious. And that's why I'm saying, as parents, or your aunts, your uncles, your grandparents, we have to take ownership when it's concerning our family. Nobody's gonna do it for us. So I'm still not understanding why no one went and kicked in that door. I don't get that. Hey, peace and love, Brother Sean. Go ahead, put something on it.
Peace and love, bro.
Thing is, that conversation shouldn't even got to the point about no goddamn police. If they went there and knocked on that door and then that girl was released, they were supposed to set that motherfucking place on fire. Everybody in that bitch should have been burned alive. That's the way I feel about that. And Yeah, it's tragic about this border situation and how many came up missing at the border allegedly and supposedly with the invasion that's going on and what's happening to our babies right
Yeah.
here.
Right.
Yep.
I don't give
Hmm.
a fuck about that.
That's what I'm saying.
Did nobody tell them to bring their motherfucking asses over here and hand over their kids like dumb fucks just to get some fucking welfare? We need to take care of what we need to take care of here.
Yep.
Fuck everything and everybody else. We need to take care of our shit. We need to protect our children.
Yeah, we have some children missing from here.
What you mean, some?
A lot.
Well, two of them. Yeah, two of
It's
them I
You
much
know
just
more
of.
than
don't.
that.
That's just two that
No,
you
that's just two
maybe
I
heard
know
of.
of.
Exactly.
Yeah, heard of.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
This is going on all day,
All over the
every
place.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
These
know.
hotels
Yep.
that's connected with it being sued because of this shit.
Yep.
And you dumb fucks keep going to these hotels. There's a listing of these hotels that are being sued for this. And y'all still go there. Y'all still going to these countries that is doing this stuff. Y'all still patronizing and giving everybody motherfucking money to keep these crooked ass enterprises going. Keep your motherfucking ass at home and tend to your babies.
Agreed.
If you in the motherfucking neighborhood and you watch something happen to a motherfucking child, that should be your motherfucking ass too. I'm tired of you punk bitches standing around just watching shit happen, got phones in your hand all the motherfucking time, and when something happened to a baby, y'all don't see shit. Only thing y'all see is when a white cop do something to a nigga. Other than that, when niggas constantly doing shit to each other, y'all don't see or say a motherfucking thing. You cover up for each other for stupid shit. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all don't care about these babies?
I hear that.
And y'all still want to go on this Democratic plantation that you see is pushing this shit hard as fuck. And the only thing y'all can think about is I hate Trump.
I ain't thinking about the kids at all.
You hate that man more than you love these babies. That's sad as fuck. And that man ain't done a motherfucking thing to y'all. I done had people sit up and motherfucking tell me that they don't want to hear nothing about no pedos or none of that type of shit. Trump is a racist. He said grab him by the monkey.
I heard that, man.
But you gonna sit up and say you don't care nothing about these babies. You just hate Trump that much. All you bitches coming back. All you bitches coming back. This is a sad state of affairs that you motherfuckers don't care nothing about these babies.
Yeah.
Disney put that movie on the shelf for over 5 years. That movie is over 5 years old. Somebody else had to buy that movie to get it out. And now they sitting up trying to blackball it, cover it up, everything, closing down movie theaters, having fake emergencies. Just so y'all don't wake up to the shit that you've been seeing every motherfucking day anyway. And that is now more profitable than drugs.
Than any movie. That's right.
Because you can keep selling a person over and over again.
Oh,
and these dope boys are off into this shit. Yeah, these regular little niggas that you see out on the goddamn corner that call themselves pimping, selling dope, this, that, or the other. Yeah, they in on this shit too. And them little motherfuckers is some of y'all nasty ass little bastard ass kids.
Mm-hmm.
Where the fuck you at while your child out doing this shit to somebody else's child? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? All you can do is sit up in the goddamn house knowing that your seed's out there doing all type of dirt. You know what the fuck your seed doing.
Yep.
You know what the fuck your seed coming there with and couldn't fucking afford. They coming in with shit you can't motherfucking afford. And you ain't wondering where that shit coming from? I digress.
A very good point. All right, fam.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry. Go ahead, son.
Oh no, I was just clapping it up for Brother Sean coming in out the cut with the fire. It just be like every time he coming in hot, like off with y'all motherfucking heads, no passes. Y'all should get this shit by now. Stop fucking around.
Right. Stop fucking playing. Yeah. And I mean, I totally agree. There's no justification for this bullshit. And when I saw that story that Brother Tony posted, it just kind of reset me off from what I was told a couple days ago. And I'm like, yeah, fam, we gotta, we don't have to, because I can't tell people what to do, but it really shows what people put their priorities in. So people can sit up on their ass all they want and talk about family and a this and a this and a that, but the proof is in what we see going on. And these
all of a sudden,
are the last thing on the agenda. Sorry, go ahead, son.
No, I was just saying, all of a sudden, people turn into that motherfucking Michael Jordan meme where they be like, fuck them kids. Like, y'all really just be like, fuck them kids and just let it just slide. Like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, no, fuck the kids. Fuck personally my own kids. Fuck kids in my community. Fuck the kids in school. Fuck the kids that's getting trafficking. Fuck the laws that's, taking advantage of children, like all across the board. And it'd be like, all of a sudden out of nowhere, it'd be like, well, what about the children? Yes, what about the children? We've been saying this shit. Y'all was the one not getting it.
Not giving a fuck because everybody is in their own bullshit.
Isn't that awful?
And that's the bottom line. It's bullshit. Everybody wants to, conveniently not want to take ownership until it's something in it for them. And then when you get called on shit, you want to get a motherfucking attitude. And I'm sorry, I'm not with that shit. Okay, and that's why I stay in a quote supposed and alleged black community, because it ain't no motherfucking community's ass. It's phony.
Hey,
we got, quote black folks trafficking black folks. So get the fuck out of there with that shit. You so concerned about family and children. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
We have to remember this shit went on with the crack epidemic too. These crackhead mamas giving their daughters away.
Ooh,
and all type of shit like that. This shit ain't new to our community.
It's not.
Motherfuckers been doing this shit as far back as I can remember. And the shit usually was in the house by some filthy ass uncle or something like that.
That's been doing it for motherfucking decades and across motherfucking generations, and that shit was hidden. So don't be fucking playing with us. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
This shit gotta end. One way or the other. Y'all got to decide when the fuck you gonna stand up for these babies. Those of you that got motherfuckers in your family, or a motherfucker that's your boy, my mans in them, that's doing shit like this, you shouldn't be fucking with them no more. They shouldn't be walking and breathing no motherfucking more. But y'all are cover for them for all the motherfucking dirt they do. Y'all call that being loyal on some fuck shit. Where's the loyalty and love? Where's the loyalty and truth? You weak punk bitches. Every last one of you motherfuckers that know somebody that's into this type of shit.
Yep.
And you ain't then took a motherfucker out. You's a weak bitch. Yeah, I said it. You're a weak bitch. I digress.
At the end, you're like, I digress. So, yeah, fam, it is what it is on that. I'm not finna linger no longer, but I had to bring y'all that information. So, just be due diligence with your babies, fam. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
So, Brother Sean, that Sound of Freedom was in Disney for what, 5 years, you say?
Yep.
What the hell y'all talking about now? I'm slow.
The movie Sounds of Freedom that they trying to blackball.
What is it
about? They trying to stop it.
It's about human trafficking.
Oh, stop.
Yeah. They got it. They finally got it out. I was so happy because I knew it was in the works, but they finally released it on what, July 4th, was it, Brother Sean?
Yep, and they raking them over the coals.
Yeah,
trying to block the movie, talking about it's QAnon propaganda and all this shit.
But yet,
and it's based on an actual story.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. It's based on actual stories, over 100 people.
And the fact that did not just open up this conversation with these legislators sitting up here blocking a motherfucking bill to prosecute this shit.
Exactly.
Right, because they probably, remember the cartels are the banks. So who's the bankers? The people that's sitting up there making your laws.
They're making legislation. They're making no laws. They're making codes.
Oh, legislation, excuse me.
Yeah, statutes and codes. So again, fam, you cannot depend on a system to protect your children. You have to do it. You're their parents, okay? Whether you're the auntie, the unc, the grandparents, it's our responsibility to protect our babies. And when that's not done, you're just literally throwing them to the wolves. And when we allow our children to go into their quote, quote, state systems, you pretty much are fucking up their lives.
Oh, speaking out of California, they're doing another bill like that. For that, if you don't affirm by 12 years of the child's, gender stuff, then they're going to come and take them from you. And Kelly.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to get that passed, but...
No, because all of that is the distraction. That bullshit.
Exactly.
Like, come on, like all these agendas and all this.
Yeah, because that's the distraction from, goddammit, them blocking this motherfucking bill.
Literally, shit that decides life or death for these children.
Right.
I said
felonies for the family.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Just switching gears for a minute. Did you hear they have to ban Jerry's ice cream?
Wait, goddammit, we need something light, because shit, my heart was heavy on that bullshit. What the ice cream people done now?
Co-founder.
Well, on the 4th of July, they stated that this country was stolen and that what they should be doing is trying to get a country back to indigenous people.
The Ben and Jerry, because you know they like hippie, weed smoking. What?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
And
so
they
they
trying to
going
boycott him.
after. Mm-hmm.
Just
Now,
trying to boycott him.
the thing that I'm saying about all that,
Which indigenous people?
I'm just saying, either way, we could take advantage of it.
Right.
Look at all the energy that people put into being recognized by Pan Africans, having all these bullshit ass debates. Why not jump into something that got the attention of the country? Why not do a wider platform?
Yeah, wider reach. Yep.
Start showing up at some of these events when these quote unquote Native Americans are having their congressional hearings and doing shit. Why ain't motherfuckers popping up outside of that?
That's a great point.
Everybody else taking they shit before the media and social media to reach a wider audience. And this is the one thing that is getting resistance from the entire world. You can claim to be anything but indigenous to here.
Right. The only one I know that has done that, I remember, and that's even how I knew who she was when I saw sis Bethy. She was at some march and had on her regalia and everything. And she got some coverage, and I think a white cameraman. And she was like, yeah, I'm indigenous. And sis was strutting. I was like, get it, mama. God damn it. Get it. She the only one that I've seen that's done that. But that's an excellent point.
That need to be done in numbers and on a regular basis. Any place. But I guess you don't get no debate money when you go out and do that. You know, you don't have this whole circus, this event, and these build-ups to it. I found out that them like to have people come out and discuss
And
what
he
the
can
debate
go fuck
will be
himself.
about.
He can go fuck himself because he was the one, his mans in them with the P to the ending with the O. He can go fuck himself. Yeah, I said it, Sandana. Go fuck yourself.
It's just so much more that we need to be doing. If you say that you're an American, and then why ain't you moving like one? I mean, we could sit back and look at these books and read how heroic our ancestors was, the treaties they signed, all of this stuff. What are we actually doing besides talking about it? They don't give a fuck if we talk about this shit.
No, they really don't.
Because if they cared about that, wouldn't none of y'all have platforms? It's the doing that they concerned about. But right now, they ain't concerned about that because motherfuckers ain't doing shit but bickering and arguing,
killing each other,
and debating.
killing each other.
I'm not even going to that aspect of it. I'm just talking about it as far as for what's supposed to be consciousness or people
supposedly and allegedly, right?
They don't give a fuck about none of us. They ain't worried about none of us.
Nope.
It's the AI algorithm to be fucking with your program.
Yeah.
Because we say certain shit to trigger the algorithm.
Which y'all say every motherfucking week. But every time I look up, limited. I'm like, oh well, whatever, shit. But yeah.
It's a matter of what you put your energy into. And more energy is being put into debating than actually being. We talk this shit about our land to each other. I'm going to say to each other because 90% of them Pan Africans is motherfucking Indians, whether they want to
Yeah,
admit it or not.
Child, you know I ain't trying to go
They
there.
if they
claim,
don't know it.
but they claim it on one half and then take everything back to Africa, even though they ain't trace shit to not one motherfucker in Africa. To a womb, to actual living people, not that, oh, I'm from this region, from this tribe shit, but you ain't related to not one motherfucker in that tribe, and ain't not one motherfucker in that tribe privileged to any information or knowledge about you, nor do they give a fuck about you.
And they know you
Mm-mm.
not them. That be the part that be fucking me up. But go ahead, Brother Sean.
They call them white.
Yeah, but until we start doing some shit, till we start making some
Moves.
motherfucking power moves, ain't a motherfucking thing gonna happen.
Right. And get your ass
That's
off of social media. How the fuck you gonna be on social media? Yeah, I'm gonna be over here on this day and that on that day, and I'm gonna spin around. Who the fuck tells they playing on social media?
the thing that trips me out is not that I'm hating on somebody else's money, but I sit up and watch all these donations that go on, but ain't no land being bought, ain't
Child,
shit being done
child, I ain't thinking about
with the
that.
money that benefits everybody who's contributing. Now,
Child.
let's just say somebody got a platform with, let's just say you got 10,000 people.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Everybody put in $10. How much money is that? That's $10,000. You can't get a couple acres with that. That's just one day. $10. That's less than smoke money.
And you could do that once a month and raise how much? If you do that once a month over what? A
But
year, how
niggas
much would
smoke
you have? You know,
exactly.
we a
But
mess. Yeah, because you going to
niggas
smoke
drink and
more than,
smoke every day.
right,
Right.
you going to
Niggas
smoke
drink and
more than
smoke every day.
$10. Right.
I'm
So,
just saying.
if you
Uh,
do that with the if you do the 10,000 a month, so if you collect 10,000 a month for a year, how much do you have?
120,000.
Exactly. But because that's not, people aren't serious about it. And to be honest, I'm gonna be real honest. I'm finna keep this shit 1,000% funky. I'm not even suggesting that people buy land and set up this community, la da 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 da, kumbaya, because I know that's not reality. Okay, we would have scratched each other eyes out, people in each other's motherfucking business, this, that, and the third. But even if you take it from the approach of just setting up some type of foundation, and that foundation is dedicated to helping indigenous Americans,
Mm-hmm.
and setting it up in different communities. So start with one community out the gate and get it up and
Mm-hmm.
running, get it functioning, and lay the blueprint per se. And you can take that and repeat it in different cities.
Mm-hmm. But the reason I was saying land is so they can quit giving away land to all these other motherfuckers. Start snatching it up, brother. You can build on it right now or not. We keep hollering, it's our land. all the resources and everything that come up out the land. I mean, it's just all of that should be going on. You hear people sit up and talk about trusts and LLCs and generational wealth, this, that, and the other. But what type of infrastructure do we have? How do we protect the shit once we get it? All that shit. How do you protect the community? How do you protect these babies?
Exactly.
Thing is, we need our own space. We need to be in our own communities. We were thriving when things were that way. I grew up in an era where everything was so-called Black owned.
Yep, so did I.
People owned the houses, wasn't renting. Cars in the driveway, the whole 9 yards.
Gardens in the back. Continue.
Fruit trees all over the place.
Yep.
Grapevines.
Yep.
All type of stuff. But it's this, I guess it's this victim mentality that people have. They don't realize that we're actually capable of doing without another motherfucker's help in no way, shape, or form.
Absolutely.
We just got to get other motherfuckers out the way. That house cleaning. Cleaning around your own goddamn doorstep.
Yep.
Because that's where it begins.
Yep.
If every household in the neighborhood is on their shit, ain't nobody coming in that motherfucking neighborhood doing the motherfucking thing.
Nope.
The minute you hit the block, the motherfuckers in that house letting everybody else on the street know it's a little funky motherfucker coming down the street.
Right. Who you with, nigga? And you better recite relatively quickly, goddamn. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's the way we used to look out for each other. What no motherfucker just gonna come to your neighbor's house and they gone and you don't know who this motherfucker is.
Yep.
And they standing around the house on the porch or something like this. That shit ain't going. Mm-mm. Who the fuck is you? What is you doing over there?
Right.
Motherfuckers don't say shit nowadays. Scared of every motherfucking thing. Mainly scared of your kids.
Child.
But I digress.
No, very good discussion. All right, fam. Well, that's from the Unc and Annie corner. It is what it is. Hate to bring that sad news, but I thought it was necessary. I'm never going to vary from what I say. Only way to get out of this mess is definitely you have to start around your own doorstep and linking up with like-minded people. Call out the bullshit. That's just the bottom line. And if you're sitting silent and you see some bullshit, silence equals acceptance. That's just the bottom line. So it is what it is. I know I've gotten a lot of flack over the years for the shit that I have said. You a feminist, you a this, you a that. I don't give a fuck. I be all of that. But tell me where I'm wrong. Because I don't mind correcting myself. I'm adult enough. If I'm in the wrong, I have no problem saying, damn, I'm in the wrong. I apologize. And will directly and publicly apologize. This shit goes on because we allow it to go on. That's just the bottom line. We let degeneracy slide. That's just the bottom line. If you say you don't want your babies growing up in this bullshit, then you have to set the precedence and clean it up. And start particularly in your household. You can't be doing this shit, but you don't want your babies to do it. It don't work that way. So the hypocrisy, the games, the decline in values, the fucked up characters, the anything fucking goes. This is the result of that. We have no one to blame but ourselves. It's our motherfucking babies on that street dying. How is this fucking acceptable? They deserve better. It's our responsibility to create environments for them to thrive. Not have the same fucked up conditions where they have to struggle and come up out of a motherfucking jungle. That's unfucking acceptable. But yet we got money for weed, for smoke, for, designer this and that, for hoeing, for partying. I don't want to fucking hear it. You're talking about billions of dollars that pass through melanated people's hands, if not trillions. This shit is not fucking acceptable. So now you do what you want to do. That's your motherfucking business. I'm just calling it like I see it. And I'm telling you now, I'm not participating in that fuck shit. I don't give a fuck who don't like it. If it ain't right, I'm calling your monk ass out. Bottom fucking line. And I would expect for you to do the same for me. Because contrary to popular belief, I don't know how y'all fucking roll, but I'm not going to see no child being abused and keep my motherfucking mouth shut. I don't give a fuck who involved. That's not how I was built, nor raised. So y'all can keep fucking around and playing with yourself. So with that said, that's all. Brother Sean, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery? Or are you good? Shit.
I'm good. I covered it.
Okay. All right. Shit. All right, fam. Let's get into this spirituality stuff. And, with all of this stuff, we're going over this depressing ass shit that's going on in this realm. The reason that it's going on in this realm is because people have detached from a higher purpose. They have detached from who they truly are. And most are so deep into this realm that they're more concerned about ruling in the realm, no matter what the fucked up conditions that comes with it. And they think that they have to do that in order to be on top. People have forgotten that they are creators. People have forgotten that if you want something changed, you have to do it. Okay? So there's a method to my madness of always going from the quote, quote, semi-historical stuff and back onto the spirituality stuff. Because none of this will change until you honor self. Because if you can't honor self, I know you can't honor your babies. I know you can't honor, you think you're honoring, your significant other. But you're really not, because you don't honor self. You violate the very core of your soul. That's why I'm doing this. So this shit is even deeper than being, I'm a indigenous American Indian. What the fuck do that mean if I really don't know who I am? If I don't know that I create this shit, I create these conditions. That's what this is about. All right? Okay. So we finna get into this. I'm gonna see how long my voice gonna hold up, y'all. Here we go. All right. So this is universal language codes and symbols. All right. So I did want to point out, when we started this series, we started with the metaphysics stuff. Okay. So I want to make clear that the metaphysics, what I'm talking about truly how this particular realm works. All right. Okay, some want to call it the matrix, known as Earth. That's what metaphysics is, okay? Now, the second component that we're into now, what I am telling you, once we get to the ego stuff and the source and all of that, that's at a soul level. That's who you truly are. Okay? You are an eternal soul having a physical experience, but you've forgotten that. Okay? All right. So we went over universal laws. Okay? We talked about karma. Now, it's interesting. Since I've been doing this series, I've been getting a lot of pop-up videos on different spirituality stuff. And I found it interesting that a couple of folks were saying there really isn't any karma. I thought that was really, really interesting. I'm like, okay, whatever. Didn't understand their explanation of it. I think I know what they're saying from a higher level perspective. But I'm like, okay, but that's one of the laws of this realm. But anyhow, I just thought that was interesting. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
They just had an article on AT&T, currently AT&T, about karma. 40 people told their stories about the karma that happened to people or to them. And it was really interesting because you could tell that, it happened real quick, most of it. The payback was really quick. And the article may still be on there, but 40 people will agree with you there is karma. I can tell you that from what I read. I was sitting there reading it.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I know where those two particular, because I've only heard it from two particular people. I know what they mean. I just think they need to be careful and they need to reevaluate the way they present it. Because they're looking at it from a source level, okay? I'm talking about within this matrix that we call Earth. Yes, there is karma. It's part of the metaphysical laws, okay? And any one of us in our lives, you can experience this shit. Okay, I know I've experienced it in my life. I do something and then that shit come back on me and I'm like, God damn, got to be careful.
I'll give you one example I can remember. There's so many. That this guy was driving. He was doing regular speed that he's supposed to, and somebody came up on him and was honking him and cussing at him. and doing all kinds of stuff, and then he just guns and go away around him. And he didn't realize there was a police officer behind him because he was so intent on being angry because the guy was holding up the traffic, but he was going regular speed, and he got a ticket. And they had a lot more like that, where it's instant that the person gets what they was trying to get you to get. So
Yeah,
they
I
had
saw it where
40.
the one person they had got in a car accident. They kept harassing this person, riding a bumper, blowing a horn,
Yeah.
and then jumped out of the lane and sped up and got in a car accident. I'm like, well, there
Yeah,
go
they
that
had that one
karma.
too. They had those
Yeah,
too.
I was like, oh
Yeah, they had
well.
those too.
Yeah, so that I thought
Yeah.
that was interesting. The folks saying that. All right, so we talked about polarity. Okay, how this particular matrix is made up of polarity. Okay, so you're meaning black and white, up and down, left and right, etc., etc., and how we know that what we're calling Earth or the matrix is a simulation that we are participating in as eternal souls in a physical body. How we know that this is a simulation, i.e. a matrix, because everything in this particular realm can be associated with a number, and that number can be broken down into either a 1 meaning true, a 0 meaning false, or binary code, which is the source code for all computers. Okay, that's how we know this is a matrix. Okay, everything can be broken down into numbers. That's why numbers are the truest language on the planet. Okay. That's why numbers are the
Even
truest language.
your being, we come into this round and they put so many numbers on us already. Your birthday, your social security, all the type of stuff that your address, like all the type of numbers that you're associated with. Like, so it's like you're already kind of like onboarded into the simulation.
Exactly. Okay. All right, so we went over binary codes. I talked about that. Just giving you an example how you could take any number and break it down into a 1 and a 0. Okay. All right, we went into numerology just to prove to you once again that this is a simulation, i.e. the matrix, and any type of lettering system can be broken down into numbers. And even when you see like the other different languages, I'm thinking about like Chinese and I think it's Mandarin. Don't quote me, y'all. Y'all know what I'm saying. Chinese and Japanese writing, those are more like angles. Okay. But that can even still be broken down into numbers. Okay.
And then
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to add into all these letters and numbers and computer code binary are sigils.
Absolutely.
They're all sigils in different forms.
Yeah, because that's when you're looking at Japanese and like Mandarin and all of that. It's just different sigils, and you can tie some of that stuff back like to Arabic and Sanskrit, and then cuneiform was the base of that. Okay, all right. So in this series, I told you this is going to be the most important slide in this particular series, and the reason I'm calling it the most important slide is because it is really telling you who you are. You're more than this physical body, okay? And when we're saying ye are gods, this isn't about putting yourself above any deity, okay? This is just telling you who you are. You're from the source. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So we again broke down numbers again, telling you how the metaphysics of this realm has certain markers. And I just had this conversation and I was like, yeah, you know how when we see like all of these numbers like 1111 and you see like 222 and you see 333 and you know, people say those are angel numbers, da 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 da. I was given, okay, you can say they're angel numbers, but what that really is, when you are seeing those like 222, 333, 444, 555, et cetera, what that really is you're seeing through the source code of the matrix. So I'll just say that a little bit for the slow ones in the back, okay? Because I know even from the spirituality perspective, we can kind of make stuff, turn shit into a religion as well, okay? So when you're seeing these numbers, the 222, the 333, that's because your consciousness is rising above the matrix, where you can literally see through the matrix. So you're seeing the source codes. That's what that means.
Like in the movie The Matrix, when Neo started seeing the fucking green numbers and shit instead of the actual simulated beings. And then also on another level, he could see the people who were like, you know, the agents and stuff, who were like, oh, I'm aware of the Matrix, and you ain't supposed to be doing this. Like, get back into the program.
Exactly. Now, interestingly enough that you said that, son, because again, you know, since I've been doing this particular series, now all I'm getting across my feed are all of these different videos on this stuff. And this one video I ran across, the lady is called The Alchemist. And she said, and I'm like, damn, this is the coldest shit I've ever heard. Now, whether or not folks believe her, this, that, and the other, that's a different story. But she said that it fucked me up, y'all. I ain't finna lie. So I'm going to put this out there and y'all take it for what you may. Because I had this conversation with Sis Divinity. Shout out to her. Poor Sis Divinity. She always got to listen to me and says, da-da-da-da-da-da, and da-da-da-da-da-da. But she cold with her shit because she'll sit back and listen and she be like, da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. She pull the shit together and she's never fucking been wrong. And we've been rocking with each other for 8 motherfucking years. So I've learned when she say some shit, I may not see it right then. And I'm like, but I'm going to sit back and wait. And that shit show up. Okay. So we had a conversation years ago. And I said to her, I said, sis, I don't think it's literally 7 billion souls in this realm. I don't think it is. I said, I think it's some copies of copies happening.
Oh.
So
that's one of my favorite Knowledge Film songs.
I said that years ago. This the kind of conversations her and I get into. We'll talk about shit years ago, and now that shit just coming to fruition, and we be sitting there cracking up. Remember when we said that back in da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da? But this particular video, the lady said she feels that it's only like 500 million organic souls on the planet. And so she said the other beings, and that she didn't even say beings. She said, and I know gamers, y'all gonna know what I'm talking about. I always fuck it up.
Non-playable characters,
non-fucking playable characters. I said, "Oh, baby, tell me more. Let me back this up and rehear what the fuck you said." She said, "Yeah, because they are computer programs. So meaning they don't house a soul." And she said they're put in place, they're programmed to be put in place for the experience.
So you can sometimes see those people too. You can really look in their face and know that.
See
like
that it ain't
Musk.
shit there. You be like, well,
Yeah,
damn.
yeah, like Elon Musk. He's like that kind of character. And what's his Zuckerberg.
And this goes back to, so like now we talking about it in terms of like non-playable characters and like, you know, you in the Matrix and you just like, you know, devoid of these things. But then remember, we did go over the incubator and the Cabbage Patch and, you know, the spontaneous generation of these peoples. Where do they come through? They are literally the artificial intelligence. Like they was just created.
Yeah.
Plugged in. They a plug-in in the Matrix. Like
it's a program. Like they told us in the Matrix.
Some of these newscasters, you can look at their faces too and see it.
So again, I'm just gonna restate. It's a computer program. Okay.
Wow, that is something.
Now she said the other part of it. Now this kind of fucked me up, but I'm like, okay, I'm still muddling this over, and the computer programs. Whew, you have are like observers from other dimensions operating the non-playable characters that'll drop in those non-player characters just to experience this particular realm. So I thought that was like, I was like, whoa.
Oh yeah. That's like the concept of an avatar. So because these is non-playable characters, they basically, and you know, like in demonology and possession, they basically like a vessel that can be overtaken, be filled up, be like used as like a satellite. You know, like a satellite, you can tap into it and then, you know, observe, remote viewing, like these people who are not aware enough to know that, oh, I'm being hacked into, basically.
Yeah, and shout out to Jay Woke, said in the eyes. Absolutely. You know when they say the eyes are the window to the soul? You know that shit is true, because you can look a motherfucker in the eye, at the eyes, and get the entire story. And I'd be like, you full of motherfucking shit. Or like, damn, okay, yeah, you know, that's deep. Or they are a kind person, or they a shit starter. Or you ever look a motherfucker in the eyes and you just don't see nothing? And I'm like, ooh, let me just back on away. I don't see nothing. Okay, so yeah, Jay Woke, I would definitely agree. The eyes are literally a window to the soul. Okay?
Or lack thereof.
Or lack their motherfucking of.
Because we just throw soul around like it's like, no, soul, sun, having the thing that generates, you're a self-generating entity. No, all of these entities do not have that. That's why they got to hack into motherfuckers and possess and do all these type of things, because they don't have a soul. They maybe have a spirit. They're animated. They're able to move about and do things, but yeah, a fucking plant have a spirit. You know, dogs and animals and things that are living, we see have spirit. They're able to be moved and be affected by the elements, but having a soul is different.
Right, because a soul is what? Eternal. A soul was always is. There was no beginning. There is no ending to a soul. Okay. Something unique is something special. Okay. So yeah, I just found that interesting. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm just laughing in the chat because Jay Woke and is a mindset talking about the lady on the plane. Did we see this viral video where the lady was like getting off the plane and she was all like, that motherfucker is not real. You guys can stay on this plane if you want to, live or die. But I'm telling you right now, that motherfucker is not real.
She was like, she was out, huh?
She was out of that motherfucker. And like, it's becoming a viral video because they're like, oh, whatever, crazy person.
She crazy, da. Right. This is
But I always thought
son.
about that. What if you do encounter a real motherfucking whatever, no non-playable character, entity, reptilian, whatever, blank eye, no soul motherfucker, and you just like, wow, I just caught them in the moment of I saw them for what they were. Right. And nobody else saw that shit. And I'm like, okay.
It's like the shield's falling off of them or something. Yeah.
It's a mindset says something interesting. When real souls leave here, they replace it with a NPC. That's interesting.
Yes, because remember in the Enlil and Inky thing, that was part of the reincarnation. They came back as Jesus and motherfuckers, and in the reincarnation of the soul, they was like, yeah, we're going to implant our beings, our non-playable characters, whatever. We're going to infect your soul because you chose to come through this reincarnation, or we entrapped you in this reincarnation.
Now, the interesting thing about that whole Inky Binky Linky, now that's what we call them over here. That shit was scripted also.
Yeah.
Nothing in this realm is by accident. Nothing. Okay. So once we get down into the lecture, I will recap on why I'm saying that. That is why I am doing this lecture, for us to really take inventory at our soul level, because we have forgotten. We're so stuck in this video game that we think this is the core of who we are, and it's not. Okay. All right. Okay, so we talked about the flower of life and all of that, so I'm just going to go through this Kabbalah, how that's tied, Baphomet, and we got into sacred geometry, vibration and frequency. So you can go check out the other episodes to get the details on that. So again, all of these things that I'm going through right now, this is the metaphysics, okay? This is the makeup of how, or the true science of how the realm operates. All right? Okay? Real quick story on alchemy. I was coming back home and I was sitting next to a young girl. She couldn't have been no more than 15. And I didn't see her books until we was getting ready to get up, leaving off the plane. And she was reading this book, The Alchemist. And I just and she's a melanated girl. And I was like, shit, I was just so happy. I'm like, damn, this baby about that life. She reading a book called Alchemist. So I just thought that was way cool. I'm like, that's right, girl. Keep going. Keep going. All right. Okay, so let's get to, we talked about the study of consciousness. So none of this stuff that I'm talking about, and shout out to the spiritual community that have been talking about this stuff, about holograms and, how you are literally a creator. And then we ran across this documentation. And I think I heard Brother Seven bring up this documentation about this gateway process. So we pulled the documentation, and it was a study from the U.S. Department of Army, and how they literally studied consciousness and proved that it's real. Okay, so you can go get that study yourself. So we just reminded the fam on that, and they talked about it literally being an absolute. Okay, and they separated what we call the matrix to what is the absolute, and how in the absolute there is no beginning, there is no ending, there is no time, space, dimension. It's just pure energy. Okay. All right. And so, lo and behold, Disney be giving up the motherfucking goods, baby. They always do. Because the folks that run that are, high up in those secret societies. So they put some shit out, and they always got it coded. And I'd be like, God doggone.
Because look at the last major movies, like it was all about water. We had The Little Mermaid, we had Avatar Way of Water, and that last fucking Wakanda movie, it was like the Neymar, the whole like water people and all that.
Right.
So
exactly.
They all be on code on the same program.
All on the same program. And all of they were symbolizing water was just telling you, according to the calculation clock, okay, that astrological clock, that we left and moved into the Aquarian age. And it's just energy, fam. It's energy, okay? And the ancestors in the Americas were the first to give the blueprint to the entire realm.
And they ain't going to tell you the real water, because like we move from the Pisces to Aquarian and we like see aqua in it, but it's the waters of the ether. Like the image is like the frequency. So like they gonna show us like realistically, oh, water, give them water. And they'll be like, oh, cool, we still in Pisces, I guess, or what? Aqua, a lot of people think Aquarius is a water age or sign, but it's actually an air sign.
Absolutely,
so
ether.
It's the waters of above. We talk about, polarity and all that, as above, so below. Like it's the waters of above, right? Because every one of those ages and signs have intersections of the other signs and ages of the other elements. So you could be water of the air of the fire right. of the earth. So yeah,
absolutely. Great point. All right, so again, just a high level recap. In the Disney movie Soul, Soul, not making this up, they put a scene in the movie that was straight out of the Alphabet Boys study on consciousness, talking about the absolute. Okay, so I thought that was real interesting. I said, oh, shit, when I saw that movie. All right, so let's get to, and we talked about astro travel, okay, which we all do, okay? You have a soul, you are naturally, when you go to quote, quote, sleep, now you may not remember, okay, but we all astro travel because your soul journeys to different realms. And when you really get to the point where your consciousness gets to a certain level, your soul will go to that absolute or source, okay? And that's when you can truly be an observer, and you can truly see, oh, shit, this shit is a matrix. And I volunteered for this shit for an experience. All right. But we all astral travel. Okay. So when you're dreaming in vivid colors and you can smell and you can feel and that shit looks real, that's astral traveling. We all do it. Okay. And, you know, I heard people say, well, I only dream in black and white, this, that, and the third. That just means your level of consciousness isn't to the point where you can experience your astral travel clearer. Okay. So that just means you need a little bit of work to get to that point. Okay.
That's
or
more
you can.
like more.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
That's more or less lucid dreaming, where you're able to experience all of the sensations.
And that's okay, and I accept that. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Now, that's just another term they use for it, but
yep,
it's essentially astral traveling.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And I feel like when you trapped in that space, like it's a difference between you like tapping into your soul. Your natural soul can just expand you beyond those limitations. But a lot of people are actually caught up in the technology, like the black sun, all of that technology of the simulation, that they are cut off and trapped in that. So they can't see the colors, and they can't, have like, astral traveling and go to these other realms of existence, because they actually, it's like a firewall. The black sun is like a firewall.
I like that analogy. Yes. Very
so
good.
You gotta basically fucking, reprogram yourself around. You gotta be a VPN. You gotta work around that motherfucker and just get out of that shit so that you can see your full potential and like not be enclosed in by that technology, that simulation. Because I feel like a lot of the religion stuff, it says we're in this flesh body, the physical world. Yeah, just being incarnated in this body, we are succumbed to the stuff of the flesh. But like our spirit world, that's what they built all the technology for. It's
Absolutely.
like, okay, cool. They in the bodies already. That part is taken care of. But some of these motherfuckers know that they is a soul in the body, and we gotta take care of that.
It's a little okay. Just hold that thought. We gonna get to it. Hold that thought of what you just said. Okay, we're gonna get to it. Okay, but I do want to just add on to that. That black sun, which is the technology, we talked about that. If those of you are just joining us, I apologize. I can't go into the black sun because would be a whole nother show. All right. But go check out the YouTube channel Vibes of Cosmo, and you can really see what the black sun is, how it interacts with the realm and things that we see. It'll really freak you out like, shit. So that's how this is that and this is that. Yeah. So go check out Vibes of Cosmo and search for his Black Sun video. But all of his stuff is amazing. It will really, really blow your wig back. My point that I'm trying to make on the Black Sun, it's technology. We talked about that over here. And it's in place. Also, you can tune in, or it sends out a signal to the realm to give the simulation of this reality. Okay. And that frequency that it is emitting, also folks tune into that. Okay. And so that's why folks have a hard, quote, quote, journey of getting beyond this physical reality, because their consciousness is tethered to that black sun, and the black sun's purpose is to project this physical reality that we see. I'm going to say that for the slow ones in the back. The black sun is technology that's here for the purpose of projecting this physical, quote, quote, reality, because it's really not a reality, but this physical thing that we see. Okay. The ancestors knew this. Okay. They knew this. Let's continue. All right. So we talked about the Akashic records. All right. And how everything in this physical realm is recorded. Okay. So everything you're doing in this lifetime, multiple lifetimes, it is recorded. And you can literally tap into these Akashic records through your consciousness, and you can get those recordings. It's dope as fuck. It's gonna be scary at first. You be like, wait, what did I just see? Okay. And they showed, where did they show this at? The Disney movie Soul. I about tripped out when I saw the little Soul digging in the files. I said, God damn it, he digging in Akashic records. And then the next scene, they show where all of these like servers, these are big ass computer servers holding the Akashic records, because it's pictorial. It's a picture. It's like a motherfucking movie. It ain't even like pictures, y'all. It's literally like, when I say roll that beautiful beam footage, that's what the fuck I mean. All right? But
And
Disney
then, like,
showed it. I'm sorry, go ahead, son.
And I just wanted to add to, so like we see like Akashic records looking like servers, and we know that's like holding all these soul memories that's always existing. And then we know that this technology, the black sun, the sun, the moon, it creates the simulation, but it also creates time, which we know is not real.
That does not exist. Exactly.
But we see that in it not existing, the creation of it gives it an existence that can be manipulated, that we saw in the Loki with the time variance. So like these different timelines, these artificial timelines that exist, like string theory along with the Akashic records, can be manipulated by these artificial beings, because it's an artificial creation. So you can manipulate it right off the bat.
Yeah, not quite, son. Hold that thought. I told y'all this gonna be shocking to a lot of people. I know, Brother Sean, you in the back in the Amen section. I don't know if you didn't lit one up, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. I know you already know where the fuck I'm going with this.
So
Yes, ma'am. I'm constantly enjoying.
I know.
Yes, time exists within the simulation, but not out of the simulation. It's non-existent.
So when you see past lives, those are glitches?
No. That's why I said told him to hold that thought. No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
That's on the Akashic records. That's your soul. So that can't be part of the time simulation technology.
No, it's not. Because it's outside of time.
And that's why when you're tapping into the Akashic records, you know when some shit is real and when it's not.
Yeah, you do.
Because when you tapping into Akashic records and tapping into past lives, baby, there ain't no manipulating you. I can promise you that. Now, there are built in the program, and sis and I was just talking about this yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. There is built in the program, and we be thinking it's beings blocking us from doing XYZ. It's not. It's built into this simulation blockages, firewalls, like you just said. But when your consciousness reaches a certain level, that blockage may come up and you be like, I will tear your motherfucking ass up. So you either gonna let me through or I'm gonna get that ass. And the program, depending on the program, will be so sophisticated, it'll fucking challenge you to see if you about that motherfucking life. And you got to take that shit down. So that program is built. It's not beings blocking you. It is a program that's built in the matrix. And that's the fear. That's the fear that's built in the program. There's nothing in this realm that can stop you from a conscious perspective. This is all about you truly remembering who you are. So these boogeymans that we, think that's out there, it's just programs built in the system. Okay? Because when you're at that soul level, your true you, there ain't no tricking you. It's not possible. There is nobody, quote, quote, blocking you, fucking with you, none of that. Because you literally see the shit for what it is. Okay? All right. Hold that thought.
It says,
yes, sir.
Their thought programs.
Thank you. Can you say that again?
Their thought programs.
Exactly.
It's your mind that stops you from doing certain things. They get you to think certain things. They get you to doubt yourself. Once you're in doubt of who you are, that affects everything. That affects what you're able to manifest, what you're able to see clearly.
Right.
Everything. Considering we know that it's a game and there's certain rules involved with every game.
Right.
It's a matter of entering understanding the rules of the game. And also knowing whether or not this is a game of your choosing.
Exactly.
As a creator, as we are constantly being told, you create your own reality.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what other motherfuckers are doing.
Yep.
Regardless to what their complexion is, what they called this, that, or the other. Because there's plenty of motherfuckers that look just like us. That's then created their own goddamn reality, wrote other characters into the script, this, that, or the other, so we ain't focused on who really behind the fuckery.
Exactly. Exactly.
And in all that, we forget the role that we play in it.
Yeah.
We forget that it takes our consent for this bullshit to go on. A motherfucker always gonna try you. See how far they can take it.
Right.
You let a motherfucker keep going, he gonna keep going.
Right. Give him an inch and he'll take a mile.
Exactly. So it's up to you to do what you need to do. It ain't about no fucking body else.
Nope.
If you're quote unquote God having a human experience, who the fuck can stop you?
Right.
You God, right? Don't nobody tell God shit. Don't nobody stop God from doing nothing but God. And if that's who and what you claim to be, shouldn't that show in your being? You wouldn't be sitting up blaming other people for this. I can't do this because that person this or that person that, this, that, or the other. Is it gonna kill you to do without certain things that you probably didn't need to fucking begin with?
Right.
Because people give you all type of excuses as to why they do what they do.
Mm-hmm.
But even with doing what you do your whole go along to get along, ain't it plenty of things you do without?
Hmm.
You still motherfucking struggling. You do without the things you need, and you accept everything they want you to have. And when I say they, I mean the corporations, because that's who you live for. That's who all your energy goes into.
Mm-hmm.
Anything they put on a motherfucking shelf or in a restaurant, you gonna put it in your mouth. Just because they told you it was good, even though it's some shit you ain't never seen before, heard of before. The ingredients reads like a science book. I remember back in the day looking at labels, it just said it just listed three or four things.
Right.
All the shit which you knew what it was without having to grab a dictionary or some type of science book to figure out what the fuck it is. But all of this is shit that we accepted.
Right.
No pushback on shit. Nothing. Whatever they offer you, whatever they tell you, it's okay. You just go along with it. And then bitch and complain because you ain't done shit. It's your soul. If you here for the purpose of a human experience, why do you keep blaming everybody else when you having the experience you permitted yourself to have?
Right.
You're a creator. Create. You say you a god, then do some godly shit. You say you a king. Let me see you rule your kingdom.
Oh.
You say you a chief. Lead your people.
Oh.
I mean, all this shit is simple. You take a title, be it, own up to it. There's shit to go along with them titles. Since you want to take titles,
Right. Right.
responsibilities that
Indeed.
go along with that shit.
Indeed.
If you're not living up to those responsibilities, if you're not living up to that title, if your actions aren't equivalent with that, then that ain't what you are. That's just a name.
Right.
It ain't an actual title. And you're not in an actual position of leadership unless you're leading your motherfucking self.
Oh.
That's, that's the only person you're supposed to be leading. Anybody that tell me they want to follow me, I'll leave them the fuck alone.
Agreed.
I'm not your leader. Don't come to me for answers for your particular problems so we can discuss some shit, and figure some shit out together. But ultimately, you got to do what you need to do for you.
Indeed.
I digress.
No, very good. It's interesting. Very good drop, Brother Sean. You kind of got very intellectual and university-ish. A couple of points I was kind of laughing to myself. I'm like, listen to Brother Sean. But no, very, very good drop. Very, very good drop. And I'm just going to add on there before we move on. You know, when people take on these particular titles and they don't take the responsibility with the titles, it's because, you know, you're still not understanding what your sole purpose is. You know, what did your soul sign up or volunteer for this particular incarnation? So that tells me you still don't really know self. So you're playing a character and you're doing a piss poor job at it. Okay? Something's missing within you if you're wrapped up in titles and you're not even living up to those titles. Because I told y'all years ago when we were having this discussion about titles, whether it's a Christian, whether it's, you know, Muslim, whether it's Moors, whether it's African American, whether it's an Indian, I told you there are vibrations that go with those titles. So if your vibration isn't matching that title, you are out of alignment with self. And don't think that the real don't see it. It's only so long you can hide that shit before it starts to slip. Okay? So that's why, you know, you as an individual soul, you're supposed to be taking soul inventory. And the people that are in your soul family, whatever the case may be, we're supposed to be tapping each other on the shoulder. Are you okay? Because I see XYZ going on. Just checking in and making sure. Is this the path you want to be on? And if it is, you know, hey, you have that right. Don't get a sister wrong now. Shit. I'm trying to keep my two-step together. Okay. All right. So, just real quick, when we're talking about computer programs and everybody running around talking about demon and, you know, basically, even the concept of demon, it's a program. Okay? Because literally in tech, demon, it's still the same fucking thing. It's a computer operating system that runs as a background process. Okay. All right. Okay, so we talked about past lives at a high level. This is not your first go around, right? If you are an organic soul, you have had multiple lifetimes, okay? Okay? All right. Okay, and then we talked about this particular simulation that we're calling Earth. It's also a school. Okay, you can use this particular experience to, some say, elevate your soul. I just say personally, you're just having an experience. All right. But the bottom line, you're responsible for your spiritual journey. No man, woman, deity, religion, or ideology will fulfill your spiritual journey. You are equipped to complete the journey you agreed to. Your actions and behaviors in this realm create your reality. Okay, that's the metaphysics of it. That's the create the world you want to live in. And you can choose to change, alter, or create new action and behaviors, which will create a new reality. Again, you are a soul having a physical experience. You are all powerful. And you are worth to live in this realm in love, peace, and happiness. So just go create what you want to live in. Okay? And then we read a particular article that was saying that this particular simulation is one of the toughest. So when you sign up for this puppy, you're going to be navigating pretty quickly from a consciousness perspective. All right. So in other words, you come from the absolute as a pure soul, and you agree to come here and you strip part of that memory. But the way this realm was programmed, your consciousness level, you can rise it up pretty quickly to what? Ultimately get back to self. It's just an experience. Okay? All right, so we talked about soul families, all that jazz. I'm not going to go over that anymore. We talked about shadow work. All right, and when we talk about shadow work, we're talking about you working on self. Okay. So all of this particular programming that we have taken on in this realm, and the emotions involved in it and the thoughts, all of that have stricken you or blocked you from remembering or tapping into the true you. You have to do the shadow work, meaning go within to work through that, work through them pains, whatever the case may be, those traumas, that programming. Okay? So you can truly be free from a consciousness perspective. Okay? All right. And accepting what we're calling the good and the bad of yourself. Right? Truly getting back to pure love. All right? Okay. Okay, so this is the part. This is the second most important slide I'm going to go over in this series. Okay, and to be honest, it really should be on number 1 with ye are gods. We talked about the ego. And I have to keep going over this, fam, because This is where most people get stuck. This is where the limitation of getting stuck, of not truly getting back to the pure self. Okay? Because the ego tells you you're this physical body. These are the experiences that you have to have, that you lack. Okay? That you have to suffer pain, etc., etc., etc. All right? And so Sis Divinity came up with ego, every gratification outside of self. Ego can never get enough. It needs to be fed. As you are feeding your ego, you are starving your soul. Because who you truly are is your soul. Okay? All right. So we're going to get into, and I'm recapping this ego stuff because it's extremely, extremely, extremely important. Because most people in this particular simulation, this is where folk get hung up. And that's including, quote, quote, spiritual people. Because even, quote, quote, spiritual people still are stuck in ego. Because ego is nothing, fam, but the character. It's just the character. That's all it is. It's your character. So when we were talking earlier about the titles, same difference. So I'm not Rhonda the chiefess, the empress, the matriarch. That's just a role that I am playing in this particular experience. But at the pure soul level, that's not me. That's just a part of an experience that I am having. Because your soul, that's literally pure, unconditional love. All knowing. There's no lacking. That's my authentic self. That's where the term I am comes from. Because it can't be described. You can't put a label on it. That's at the soul level. Ego, that's where the duality comes in. It has to be black. There has to be white. There has to be up. It has to be down. Has to be left. It has to be right. It has to be male. It has to be female. Duality is a part of the physical experience here. It is a rule within this simulation. That rule does not apply at the source level, which is where you truly exist as your authentic self. Okay? Ego has built into it fear. We just talked about fear with the programming, with us thinking something or something is stopping us from doing X, Y, Z, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, baby. Ego has the survival, its control, lacking, I have to obtain, rules, personas, or personalities. Okay. If y'all ever heard the term where people say, you know what? That motherfucker is a mess because they showed up, they representative showed up. I know y'all done heard that before. That nigga switched up on me. Their representative showed up. They had a mask on. Okay. Same concept. So I'm sorry, go ahead, son.
No, and just going under ego, because I'm just looking at these, like a lot of people is just on one of these layers. All body, all mind, all ego, not even thinking about the soul. But you know how people say, like, you can't live on just survival. Some people is just living to survive.
Living to survive. Absolutely. Now, don't get me wrong, because this realm is currently programmed. Notice I said currently programmed the way it is. You had to use ego because ego's only purpose was for us to navigate in this physical experience. I'm just going to say that again. Ego's only purpose was for us to navigate this physical experience. So currently, the way this realm is programmed, you do need to have survival skills. Okay. But if you want to elevate and truly free yourself and become the creator, do you see creator under ego? No. Where does creator lie? It's at the soul level. Okay. All right. And the other ones, people struggle with mind because a lot of people think that the mind is the soul. And it's not. The mind. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, son.
Oh, no. I just wanted to bring tarot into it because when tarot, air is represented by the swords, which is generally linked to your thoughts. So, like, we're in this air age and they're attacking the frequency of your thoughts, keeping you to think that who you are is what you think. But really, they just programming your thoughts to make you believe you're something that you're not.
But who is the they, though?
The simulation. So it's a program. Those thoughts are programmed.
There you go.
If you was in your soul, and then usually that's like, your heart. Soul in Spanish is the sun. Like, you have your own self-generating entity within yourself. Your soul is eternal. So, yeah, those thoughts are not you. That mind is just a part of the manifestation into the body.
Right. It's a processor.
It's like, exactly. Like, that's what that's like the satellite. Like, they tap into that little satellite processor in the brain and like, okay, bam, this is let's like put these thoughts here and you consent to these thoughts, knowing damn well, like, nah, that's why it'd be like, a conflict between the heart and the mind. Like, wait, which one is real? In your heart and your intuition and your soul, this to be true. But somehow your mind, which is linked up with the simulation, so your mind is like thinking, oh yeah, the projection around me is validating these thoughts. So it must be true.
It must be true. Exactly. And again, the mind is a processor. So what you're supposed to be doing when you elevate your consciousness is you're supposed to be going at the heart level. That's why it's important that your heart chakra is unblocked. It's extremely important. So you can utilize your heart. The heart chakra is the gateway between the lower self and the higher self.
And in that Egyptian mythology, they weigh the heart on the scale against the feather. Your soul, your heart.
Mm-hmm.
What you did with your soul consciousness in this realm, was it in line with the natural law?
And so
that
is,
only have yourself to face. You only have yourself to face. It's weighing it against yourself. Like, how light is your soul? How light is your heart? Is it heavy with guilt and remorse and grief and like all kinds of shame and degeneracy?
Right. Exactly. So that is what I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead. Yes, sir.
But it's levels to that also, because people have been known to make other people feel guilty about shit that they shouldn't be actually feeling guilty about. There's a game within a game.
Mm-hmm.
And that whole thought process, that's like with intellectual masturbation. You can go down that information rabbit hole forever.
Yes.
And all you doing is talking about useless so-called facts or what was written. You just spouting off a bunch of information that actually has nothing to do with your soul, your purpose, or anything. So your whole thought process can actually take you completely away from being on your path. And like you were saying, Scotty, when you feel it in your soul, you should know.
You should know that exactly. You know it. That's why when something hurts, is heavy on your heart hurts. You fucking know the difference between when it's coming from your soul and your mind. But because you're so ingrained in the program, you let the processor tell you that it's correct versus the one who created the process, the soul.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why
guilt
is part. Yeah, that's a program.
Yeah, it's also a choice.
True.
Because if you've made an honest mistake and then turn around and straighten your hands for it, exactly.
Yeah, there shouldn't be no guilt.
You stand up, be honorable, take responsibility for what the fuck you done did.
Right.
Straighten the shit out. Then you ain't got no reason for feeling guilty. You feel guilty when you put shit in the dark, when you got all these skeletons in your motherfucking closet.
Right, skeletons in your closet.
And you worried about people finding something out, or you just actually care too much what another motherfucker think.
That's a Stevie Wonder song. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Okay, I fucked up. I'm sorry about that. If it's about a money situation or whatever, you go, your cash, whatever, we get shit squared away. Beyond that, I ain't gonna be feeling no type of way about it. I made an honest mistake. I did what I had to do to straighten it out. That's not something I'm about to keep carrying with me.
No, you're not supposed to. When
You
you've
gotta let
cleared it
shit
up.
go. Right.
Now, like you said, but let's be honest. If you gonna sit up and try to bullshit,
Mm-hmm.
then yeah, you gonna keep feeling guilty.
Exactly.
But none of us is perfect. Shit, I done probably did some shit today I ain't supposed to did. Unintentionally.
Yeah, we all probably.
Unintentionally.
Right. And are you?
But if it's brought to my attention, I'm woman enough. Oh, I am so sorry. I so apologize. XYZ, da 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 da. And I'm done with it.
But I ain't never apologizing about the truth. I don't
No,
give a fuck how
you
the
can
truth
kiss my
hit you.
entire ass on that, baby. I'm fencing to tell you right now, it ain't fencing to happen.
I don't care if your whole goddamn head fall off after I tell you the truth.
Shit.
I ain't about to try and put that motherfucker back on for you.
Because I said what I said and I did what I did.
Yeah, I'm willing to accept responsibility for everything I done did, and that's what I've been doing.
Right. And that's how it's supposed to be. And, you know, folks want to run around talking about some adults. But I have seen many adults that go around doing fuck shit and they want to justify the fuck shit and then come out of a motherfucking bag when they get called on the fuck shit. That's some low level degeneracy and I don't want no parts of it.
Mm-hmm. One more thing, sis.
Yes, sir.
We agreed to a certain experience, and this experience has been reprogrammed. And the whole getting to know yourself and realizing what your purpose is should let you know whether or not what you're doing is part of what you signed up for.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Because aspects of this whole spirituality thing, depending upon where it's coming from, fits up under the narcissist. The
Come on now with
definition
it.
of a narcissist. For a motherfucker to tell you that, oh, you just forgot, but you signed up to be assaulted in certain ways. You signed up to be taken out of here in the most horrific way.
Yeah. You trying to run a program on me. And see, you signed up for this motherfucking ass whooping I'm fencing to put up on you.
So we have to be able to separate and differentiate
I 1000%
between
agree.
what experience we signed up for.
Agreed.
Because I ain't signed up for none of this shit that's happening to these babies. I don't care who baby it is. I ain't signed up for none of this shit. I ain't signed up for people being miserable, suffering, none of that shit. So until motherfucker can show me, I'm going to the more shit. Until you can show me a wet blue ink contract with my signature on that bitch, I ain't agreed to it.
Purr.
And as far as for all this other shit, treaties, etc., all this paperwork bullshit, my signature ain't on none of that shit. And as far back as I went, ain't none of my ancestors signed up for none of that bullshit. It wasn't told in the family and oral traditions that this is what you should do, and this, that, or the other. All that shit about claiming titles, this, that, or other, it wasn't about that. That's not what I was taught coming up.
Right.
That's not what my grandmother and them taught me.
Exactly.
It was about who you were.
That's right.
Your bloodline. Who child is you?
That's right.
It was
That's
the
right.
families that had respect. If you came from a respectable family, that
Mm-hmm.
opened up doors for you.
Yep.
Wasn't nobody talking about what nation you from, what's your nationality, none of that bullshit. I just
Agreed.
remember calling somebody black, got your ass beat. That's what I remember. But I digress.
No, very good point. Because, when, mama and them and big mama and them was raising you, it was all about, you being a respectable person, you having certain characters, certain values, uh, raising your family, this, that, and the third. Now, I'm not saying that everybody had that same experience. Okay. We're just telling you that all of these other programs that have popped up and said conscious community, we like where they do that at, because we don't know nothing about that. Okay? And not saying that everybody out there doing it, but it's enough out there doing it that's running these side little programs, and it's about everything else but self and family. Okay, so good point. All right. So again, just to recap at a high level, the soul is who you truly are. That's the all-knowing. That is the creator. That is the authentic self. Pure, unconditional love. The ego is only used to navigate in this physical experience or simulation. Okay? So part of the ego, experience, the duality. Okay. And you could tell when you're trying to make decisions, whether it's at the soul level or whether it's at the ego and mind level, is anytime you have any doubt, any fear, lacking, that's not at the soul level. Okay. Your mind is the processor. That is the processor for you to navigate or to interpret. Let me back that up. The mind is think of it like a computer processor to help you interpret this physical reality experience. Okay? So the ego is used for you to take on personas, personalities, roles, characters. And the mind is the processor, the computer processor to help you navigate.
So
not navigate, help you interpret. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Interpret. So that's why they're gonna try to do the neural link to get the people to be hooked up like a computer so they can navigate life or whatever they're trying to do.
They don't have to do that. You already have that.
I know, but I mean, they're trying to do the AI or the IG.
That's just
IGD,
to all that they're doing is, or they're trying to do, is just spin up another sub program.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're trying to make something happen that your mind will take over another program that they want you to have, obviously. That's what, what's this name, Neuralink with Elon Musk.
Yeah.
And they planning it in the next 6 years.
Right.
Yeah, but they waiting to see if you gonna consent first.
Exactly.
I know they are.
Yeah,
exactly.
They already passed the human trials on that. And that's like, And that's the whole rollout with the internet. Like, put the chip in the brain, put the internet in the brain. Now your consciousness, your can be harvested, and that can be controlled and censored now.
Yeah, because they said it was part of your smartphones too. Instead of having it in your hand, it's going to be in your brain. All that
And
kind of
I'm going to
stuff.
say
Those
again,
links. You have to consent, of course.
There is nothing
Yeah.
in this realm that you cannot overcome. You know why I say that?
Because you're the creators.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom line. Okay.
But
The main reason that this stuff works in this illusion is because you agree to it. They have to tell you what it's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then you accept that.
Period.
Once you come in contact with it, then you thinking, okay, well, this is about to happen to me. That's about to happen to me. You program it to fucking happen.
Yep.
And we see them doing this with wars. They, create the fear by blowing some shit up, killing some people. And now,
many people.
Same people that blew them up and killed people protect me. And then you give away your rights out of fear of protection. And now that's how I go. They create the fear, and then now they take control.
Okay, so all that y'all just said, tell me where the soul is involved in that.
It's not. It's a program.
Oh,
thank you. It's not. It's at the mind. Wait, hold up. It's at the mind and ego level.
Mm-hmm.
What I am trying to convey to you all as you are navigating your experience, your personal experience, is to think, what level am I looking at? Is this the mind processor level? Is this some ego shit? This persona that I'm trying to protect this character? Because I'm going to tell you something. You should be able to tell really easy because your soul knows. That's why when you're hit with some soul shit, can't nobody tell you different. You know. There ain't no getting around it, justifying, well, XYZ up the block round the corner and them said this, that, and the other. Baby, your soul, no, can't. It ain't no telling you nothing. That's how you know the difference. All of this rest of this shit, when we got to break down, well, you know, such and so said this on the third day and they gonna do that, blah, blah. That's either ego or fucking mind. And what we should be doing, if you are elevating your consciousness, is saying, what the fuck that got to do with the soul?
All right now.
All of this fuckery, they gonna do this on this day, this, that, 4, 5, 6, and 7. What the fuck do that have to do with your soul? What are you more concerned about?
The destruction.
Your personas? The fucking character? This duality realm? The computer processor, your mind? The way it is interpreting said simulation? Or are you fucking concerned about your soul? So when I say, don't bring me this bullshit, I don't give a fuck about none of it. What does that have to do with my soul? How is my soul benefiting? Is that taking away from my authentic self? I fucking mean it. We create these conditions because we're so fucking wrapped up in the simulation that your soul is on the goddamn back burner and you're concerned about your character that you're playing via the ego and the fucking mind. That's how disconnected you are from the true, authentic self. When we talk about know thyself, it is about at your soul level, not about how fucking good your character is. So that's what death of the ego is about. Knowing the difference between your soul, who you truly are, your authentic self, and the rest of this bullshit, which is just a physical experience. So again, as you are navigating on your personal journey in this simulation, just remember, is this the soul or is this the ego and mind? Okay?
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
We could also put that in reference with people who thought they was going to become famous and the ego death they had to take.
Ooh.
You know, people who thought that they was finna be the next big rapper or the next big singer, next big actor, dancer, model, etc., etc. And then you don't make it. You have to change up your whole damn game plan. All them thoughts about being famous and having those millions. You have to now sit up and do a 9 to 5 and live check to check like they say most people do.
Reassess your life.
Some people never recover behind that.
Right.
They still be holding on to that ego. Yeah, I was supposed to be famous. I was supposed to do this. I was supposed to do that. You still hear a bunch of people saying that now, living in their past, what they used to do. Oh, that's ego.
Absolutely. Because they wanted to play their character.
Right. And the destruction of that ego at that point, the fact that you didn't make it in an industry where we know you have to sell your soul.
Yeah.
That benefited your soul. Because
they don't see that.
I was in the industry, rapping, DJing, all that type of stuff, head shit stove. I found out a long time ago that that shit wasn't for me. The last modeling audition I went on, one of the execs come from in the back, get to looking around the room, come up to me. He said, I could look at you, I could tell you don't play ball. You're not going to make it.
Damn.
I looked at him. He looked back at me. I got up, walked out. Never went on another audition again. I just knew none of that shit wasn't for me.
Right.
Period. Knew too many people in the industry, the things they went through.
Yeah.
A lot of people came out of Cleveland.
Yeah,
like I said,
That's
I
true.
was in the industry, so I was rubbing shoulders with some of everybody, selling people product and all type of stuff. I didn't have a protected life, but
Hmm. I get you.
either way it go, I, I made it through
Right.
because
Good thing.
I had morals and I had limits. And when shit was fucked up and I realized that shit wasn't going nowhere, I dropped that shit like it was hot. I ain't had no
Yeah,
problem leaving that shit alone. I ain't had
check your soul.
no problem. Yeah, I ain't had
Yeah.
no problems not being caught up in all that bullshit. There, the money and everything looked good. The honeys was looking good. All that stuff.
Right.
I wasn't into it. I never did hotel parties, trains, orgies, none of that stuff. I ain't want to be around that shit.
Right.
So that's all dealing with ego, though.
Yes,
When
it
you get
is.
caught up into bullshit like that, wanting to be famous, wanting to do this, wanting to be seen, all that's ego.
Yep.
And those of you who didn't make it and wasn't put in a position to have to give up your soul, be grateful.
I agree.
That was the universe working in your favor. I mean, I digress.
No, very, very good point, Brother Sean. Very good point. Nisi Poo said, I think the balancing come in because I think I remember Annie Rhonda saying the ego is a tool the soul uses to express itself or something like that.
That too, because we do have to survive this.
Yeah,
We have
that,
to
that that's all it
we have
is.
to be in this experience.
It's
It's
just a
part of the
tool.
experience.
Exactly. And the mind is a
But
processor.
but that tool shouldn't lead to your demise.
Absolutely. So the tool, the ego, shouldn't be the driver. The mind, the processor, shouldn't be the driver. The soul should be the driver. The soul is the creator. And that's why it's a lot of misery in folks' individual life and as a quote, quote, the massive collective in this realm. Because everybody's caught up in the script, which the ego and the processor mind are participating in. And the
But once
soul is on the
people
back
learn to
burner. I'm sorry, go ahead.
once people learn to properly read and feel energies, they won't get so caught up in the script.
Sure
You
won't.
already know what the fucking script is. They've been playing the same, giving us the same script forever.
Over and over again.
So once you learn to read energies, if that energy ain't matching the energy that you're about, you keep it moving.
You keep it motherfucking pushing, baby. And I ain't trying to convince a damn person. I need you to come up to my vibe. Fuck that. Either you are or you ain't.
This experience ain't about all that ho hum stuff. Every time we go back to the source, we are one. We are unconditional love. We're in our
Absolutely.
pure state of being.
We are
Of
one.
being.
We are
So
one.
this experience was created to have individual experiences.
Yep.
That's why everybody don't have the same goddamn solution to their problems, because everybody got different problems based upon their experience. So for everybody to keep trying to lump everybody together and think everybody gonna be as one, and we all gonna be in this big giant community together, that ain't about to happen. We obviously in this simulation. You see how vast it is? It's the infinite fucking plane. That
Mm-hmm.
means it's space for motherfuckers not to be bothered.
Right.
If I don't want to be bothered with no goddamn body, I should be able to be alone and then
Yeah.
not fuck with nobody.
Yeah.
We should have enough space where if you don't want to be around a motherfucker, you just go to another room or walk 20 acres down your property.
Right.
Right.
Just saying, whatever reality it is you're creating. But either way, it's an individual experience. So you're supposed to be able to have some individual time for your motherfucking self.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
It's funny, real quick. It's a mindset says just because they give you a script don't mean you have to read it. And you know,
Exactly.
I totally agree. It's a mindset, and this the part that fucked me up. I remember when I was sitting with self, and all of a sudden, I get, you know, this was all planned. It was all a creation, right?
Scripted.
You know, we created this, right? And it's just an experience. So that's absolutely correct. Okay. Now there's a show out, and I know I ran up on it to just you know how that works. That's just how energy moves. It's called the Lazarus Project, and it's on TNT. That motherfucker is so cold, y'all. And mud flood community, you may want to get up on that because it's talking about shit being purposely reset. Purposely reset. So the simulation being reset, okay? And then some of the people, they're given a formula to understand that the stuff is being reset. And some people, because they're at a higher frequency, they just knew something was off. Long story short, every time they reset, so meaning they reset the computer simulation, it went back to a certain day, and the people would relive shit all over again. All right. And so these people that were in the know that this simulation was being reset got to the point they're like, why the hell does this stuff keep getting reset? And so the reset people were just scientists, because it's technology, was like, well, we reset it this time because it was a nuclear war threat. And they were like, do you know how many times Earth's really been destroyed? And gave a number and all. And I'm just sitting there like, hell no. And so they were like, yeah, well, when we reset, we take it seriously, because when we reset, that means that babies are not going to be born. That was scheduled to be born. It's really a tripped out program. And in one of the particular episodes, they were showing of this couple that were in the know of these resets. And the lady was expecting a baby, and her original baby that she expected was expecting. She had the baby, and then the reset happened. Then the baby wasn't there. And so the reset happened. She was pregnant again. So that particular soul didn't come back through. It was another soul that came back through. And they kept resetting and resetting. And she had to keep living that over and over again. She had to keep having the same baby over and over and over and over again. Okay, and she was begging them, please stop with this resetting. And they're like, we can't stop the resetting just because you want it to stop. We got XYZ 4, 5, and 6 going on. Long story short, they get to finally to the episode where the people that are in the know that they're resetting the simulation. It's like, this is some bullshit. So one of the dudes said he went rogue, and he said, I'm finna burn this down. And he said, I'm gonna burn it down because the shit should have ended. This simulation should have ended. And they keep reprogramming it to continue it. And I sat there, I said straight the fuck up. I said, oh, hell no. So check it out. It's called The Lazarus Project, and it's on TNT. Really, really, really deep shit. Okay? All right, so I hope that wasn't too much off topic. But the point being, this is a simulation. And the ego, the mind, and the body are a part of this simulation. It's an experience. But who you truly are, you are a pure soul. That is your authentic self. All right? So how you choose to navigate in this experience is certainly your business. But I would just encourage you, I can't tell you what to do. I would just encourage you to start practicing the differences between soul level, ego level, mind level, and body. Because soul level, you always gonna know that when that shit is the truth. You just know what you know. There's no doubt there. Anytime you have doubt and questioning and you got to give a motherfucking dissertation, oh shit, this either the mind or the ego. Okay? All right. So that's what Death of the Ego is about, fam. It's coming back to the pure level of who you really are, which is pure consciousness, your pure soul. All right. So, Jess, we're going to go over this. And I know we went over this before. And throughout the series, I may have to keep coming back to this. That's just how important this is. Just like I had to keep going over that Black Sun. But shout out to y'all, goddammit. Y'all own it. It's going to be the same thing with this ego stuff. Okay? So the ego purpose is to experience the matrix for the purpose of evolving the soul in this duality. Okay? We are the fallen angels, which is really just angles of light. I should have said angles there. Angles of light that fell to 3D density or 3 density to experience the physical. That's all what the purpose of the ego is. The mind and the ego should be in service to the soul. The soul is the master. So when people talk about being free, They're usually putting it in the content of freeing of the character that they are so tied to play. Yes, ma'am.
The week we had this fallen angel thing on there, because I've been thinking about that for last few months. I said, we're the fallen angels. And, just really, you really finally figure it out. But make a long story short, my sister-in-law called me.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this lady does not dream and remember. She never remembers her dreams, but she remembered her dream. And she said, you know the Nephilim? The Nephilim is the biblical word for fallen angel.
Right.
And I said, yeah. And she said, well, what does that really mean? I said, well, actually, we're the fallen angels. We're the ones who came down. And she said, but I mean, this is the day after we had this conversation.
No coincidence, but keep going.
So, and then she was picking up that crystal something, the LGTB new prayer they got out there.
Child, I don't know. No, yeah, keep going though. Okay.
Well, it's where the God is not binary. He's non-binary. And I said, But she got that in the dream as well. I can look at, and I'm like, sparkle crystals or something. And I said, so it's their prayer that God is not binary. Jesus had two daddies, and some other stuff they say.
Stay focused, sis. Stay focused, because now you want another topic. Okay,
no. This is what she was.
Okay,
this is what she was dreaming. This is what she was dreaming. And the fallen angel part as well. And she asked me to explain that to her. And so what I'm thinking is this stuff here, I mean, she doesn't listen to us, but it's out there. It's getting out here into the universe. So people are picking it up.
That's huge for her to say, what are the Nephilims? Now, the whole thing when she said she was talking about the crystal and the God is binary. What do you think that real message was?
It's Sparkle Creed. I had to look at the text. I believe that she's getting in touch with her soul to find out where she is in this existence.
I'm so fucking proud of you. Absolutely.
Because it was really shocking to me that she said all that stuff.
And the point being, what's really dope about that, when she said that God is binary, she was really, her soul was telling her, you're binary.
Exactly.
So that's pretty dope.
And it's kind of taking her away from the woke mentality that's coming out in this world right now. Her soul is speaking to her, hey, get off this trip you on, because she's in a demo mentality. Because she really argues with me about this stuff, and I stopped talking to her because you can't wake up a person. They have to wake up by themselves.
Absolutely.
And so she was waking up, and it wasn't me who did it. I didn't have nothing to say to her.
Because it's not supposed to be you that do it. It's supposed to be her that do it. Her true, authentic soul.
Exactly. And so she doesn't remember any soul information, no astral planning, no nothing. And she remembered this. And she said, she called me to ask me about it.
That's pretty dope. Because she had it
in I know it. And I'm like, oh my God, the universe is talking to our people. I mean, it's the universe doing it. It's waking them up.
No, it's you doing it.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, because we're putting it out there for them to wake up.
It's you, the soul that's doing it.
Yeah.
That's who's
We are
doing
the
it. That's her
leaders.
soul.
Waking her up. Yeah.
Hey, wake it. Tap, 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 tap. Character.
Knocking them.
Tap, 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 tap. Character.
Now multiply her about the ones who haven't said anything. And I'm like, ooh, this may be the great awakening for our people. And she is an American Indian, and she lives on the reservations, in Oklahoma. So I'm like, all righty now.
So
It
shout
was
out
really
to
a
her.
pleasure.
Yeah, that's
Really
pretty dope. That's pretty dope. So all right. So again,
Kundalini is rising tonight.
yeah.
That's what it's a mindset said. That is a mindset.
Again, the mind and the ego should be in service to the soul. Soul is the master. Okay?
Exactly.
So what are you willing to pay to be free? And this was just my answer. Ego death is my payment.
And that says every soul must return home.
Yeah.
That's truth.
Where is home? Soul consciousness.
Right.
The source or the absolute.
Mm-hmm. The absolute.
Okay. All right. So just real quick, that's the ego stuff. I know this recap. I keep going over this because it's that important, fam. So I'm going to do one last thing on the time stuff, and then we'll pick back up next week. So just remember, start practicing it. Just as you're navigating through your life, your little personal journey, and you making decisions, this, that, and the third, look at the different categories. Is this soul level stuff? Is this ego or mind? Start practicing it. Okay? And I guarantee you, once you start categorizing this stuff, the soul is going to kick in and you're going to know. There's no questioning, none of that. That's how when people say, I just know. Okay. All right. So just real quick, we skipped past all of this. Okay, we talked about the clock, what is time. Okay, I just wanted to real quick review this because folks are still stuck on this whole time thing. It's an illusion. It's just an agreed upon mathematic calculation or a series of sequential events. It doesn't exist. It is an invented way to explain the movement of energy. Okay? All right? Okay, so we talked about there is really only the now. All right? Okay, so we went into the Mayan calendar, which is really a clock. That's what the ancestors was telling us. It's a clock. And specifically, this shit's so cold with it, once I, got what I needed to get, that it's really showing you also not only that it's a clock, it's showing you that it's that black sun technology. Okay? The ancestors were telling you that this clock, this technology was put into place to project the simulation. And they gave you the calculations on the clock. And that's why, it supposedly stopped calculating at a certain point. And that's because the illusion that we know today, this simulation, is to change. Okay? So meaning the contracts or the scripts that we signed up for, the movie is over. And so now you have to be at that quote, quote, God level, which is really just the soul level. When we talk about the God level, people running around here talking about the God level. And I've heard a lot of people talk about God this and God that, and they be further from that. But it's really the soul level. What the ancestors were telling you, once this clock stops, that means consciousness is to create the simulation. So no longer is this technology / clock that the creators agreed to for the simulation is over. The new simulation is to be built by consciousness without the operation of a clock / technology. Okay? That's what the golden age is about. It's not about any beings coming to save you. It's not about the system breaking down and giving you XYZ. It's about this entire simulation that you know today. It's gone. The movie is over. Now, as your soul level / God self, you have to build or create a new physical realm. That's the point that we're at. Okay? So you're going to see a few little categories. What you're going to start witnessing, if you're paying attention, you're going to see the NPCs. They just walking back and forth. They like the Walking Dead, per se. Ain't nothing really there. They like in La La Land. Ain't no depth to them. You like, shit, I can't hold a motherfucking conversation with you. This, that, and the third. Okay, whatever the case may be. You're going to see the ones that I gotta have this matrix. I gotta have this reality. It's gotta keep going. Maybe if I change this or we rally against that, they can't think beyond the simulation. It's gotta continue. And then you'll have the small set, and that's all that it takes. To say, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, all right. We didn't play this through. All right. We done with this movie. Nope, we don't need another clock technology. We got it from here. We're pure souls. We'll build a physical realm with our consciousness. We don't need to put a clock on top of it this time. We don't need the clock to emit the frequency to create the physical reality illusion. We will build it from our consciousness. And it will keep projecting through our consciousness. That's where we are. Okay? And that's the reason AI is creeping in. Because you have those that don't want to let this particular matrix go. They don't want to let it go. So I'm going to plug your consciousness. We'll, give you something to plug your consciousness into something that's already fucking ended. I'll say that for the slow ones in the back.
So true.
AI is nothing but a program for those that don't want to let go of this simulation that's already scheduled to end. That's all it is. And for the souls that like, okay, yeah, all right, we done that script. Yep, all right. Okay. I'm good. Nope, we got it from here. Nope, we're going to build from our pure consciousness. Don't need the technology. I don't need that clock to project the physical reality. We will use our consciousness to not only create, but project the physical reality. That's what this is about. That's where we are. That's the difference between AI and building a physical realm with pure consciousness. Okay? So I'm going to stop there. We'll pick back up next week, and then we'll get a little bit more into the whole concept of time, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? So, with that said, we're going to go for last words. All right. So, hold on a sec. Nephew, I know you didn't get a chance to talk much. You have any last words for the family?
Not much other than, like you were saying before with these sigils, be mindful of the things we're taking in visually. Because there's also saying, listen to none of what you heard and only half of what you've seen. So they know that, one, we're going to trust things that are being shown to us, but be careful if you have to make sure it registered with your soul energy, with your soul intent, because we can easily be manipulated. We see all these distractions that they're throwing in front of us. I just heard a tornado touchdown in Canada. I'm like, another distraction that they're given to the simulation for us to maintain this fear mentality. They don't want us to have the calm and the peace to turn inwardly and start looking at things from a positive perspective. They need us to maintain a negative, and they need us to be in a position where we're always searching for something bigger. So
okay,
it's
so
the weather.
I'm gonna be devil's advocate. Who are the we?
And we, as in the individuals that have the consciousness to see the matrix for what it is, the enlightened ones, the ones that are tapping in to the situation.
Okay, so who are the they that's stopping or trying to control the we? And I'm doing this for a purpose.
Well, it's the program, as the NPCs, the agents that need to maintain this level of control. Because if we are able to quiet our minds, we turn off their system. So if they give us the distractions to focus on their simulation, hey, the weather that we control, look at us over here. If we just leave that alone, whatever destruction happens, whatever happens, it is what it is. I can't control it. Fuck it. If we turn back inwardly to our sole purpose, then we would accomplish that, and it would be harder for them to maintain this control they have over us. It's consent now, as you said. So we have to release that fear of something happening, of saying, oh, if I do what I'm supposed to, I won't be able to provide. I won't be able to No, we got to forget that. We have to literally say, I have to do this, because if I don't do this, then I'm going to repeat this friggin' process over. So whatever loss that comes with it, that's whatever loss comes with it, Matrix. I don't care. If I'm going to lose blah, if I'm going to blah, okay, whatever. We're still going to do what we're supposed to be doing. And that's what I mean by the images and the things that you're being put towards you. Don't take them on for what they're telling you it is, because that's part of the program that's projecting to you what you should be thinking and how you should feel about it. Where if you never heard about it, it wouldn't be something for you to be focused on. The monks live in the mountains for a reason, because they're trying to disassociate themselves from the quote unquote projection, the matrix. So we have to do that the same, even though we're within it. Take as much as we can away from it and turn inwardly and focus as much as we can, despite the bullshit's happening around us.
Right. And only thing I just want to add to that, because I want to keep it as simplistic as I can for the fam. Anytime we talking about them and we, let's take a step back and analyze who's really the them. And shout out to Jay Woke. It's a program. Simple as that. It's a program.
They don't know any better.
Yellow brick road, the man behind the
So
curtain.
it is, if we start really, really honing in for what the shit is, it becomes so simple.
Mm-hmm.
It's a program. It's just that simple. It's not real. Thank you. It's a mindset. Y'all own the shit tonight. It's not real. Just like in the Matrix, shout out Jay Woke, like the agents. It's not real. That's all.
Limitations.
All of that. So what level is limitations?
Ego.
Very good. I'm so fucking proud of y'all. Because when I'm at the soul level, there ain't no such thing as limitations.
Infinity. Immortality.
So we don't have to overcomplicate this, fam. That's why I said, if you can start practicing, is this ego stuff, or is this the mind processor stuff, or is this soul stuff? Because if it ain't soul stuff, I ain't finna be concerned about it. Keep it simple, fam. Okay? It takes practice. That's why I keep going over this ego stuff. It takes practice. But the more you tap into authentic self, you're not going to want to operate and let the ego drive shit. You're just not going to want to do it. So practice it, fam.
Quiet the mind.
Quiet the mind.
All right now. Stop.
You're going to get a lot of shit. Quiet the mind. Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
Just same thing that been said. I guess the theme of this is, we need to tap into the soul. All the shit around us, the simulation, the artificial shit, the programs, like we should know how to check this and see it for what it is and know that it has really no power if you are in tune with your soul. If you tapping into that ego and thinking that's all that it is, then, good fucking luck.
Get ready for the fuckery, baby. Right.
So, I mean, that's it. People, so it's so easy to get caught up in the ego in this simulation with all the distractions and stuff going on that people, they don't give themselves enough worth to think that they have the power to overcome what seems like overwhelming stuff from the outside, from the world, from the simulation. And it's like, no, that's the power of it. Like in Under the Dome, Living Under the Dome, when they was like, when they found out that, this dome was this thing that could be controlled and manipulated, and they just straight up flipped it to a storm. And it was like, whoa, it was just sunny and clear, and now it's a fucking storm, like fucking Armageddon in this bitch. And so that easily, they can flip the switch on you, and it's up to you to be like, abracadabra, your magic trick has no effect on me.
Gone with that bullshit. Cause didn't they even simulate a nuclear, what's the face? Not nuclear, the comets and shit.
Oh yeah, the sky raining meteors and all this type stuff. Like,
I was like, I'm telling you, that Under the Dome shit, I was like, woo. But if y'all have TNT and you watch Lazarus Project, you gonna see the same shit where they keep resetting the computer program and you like, oh my God. But no,
you get kind of tired of that.
Great stuff, son Scotty. Thank you. Great stuff. That was a great drop. Sis, you have any last words for the family?
I'm just learning a lot, and I like to shout out to the chat because
they're doing a good job.
They're bringing it. They're really bringing it.
Yeah.
And it feels real, but it's not. And and like they said, there's patterns. Who said that? It's a mindset. It's patterns, and they look like they're in some kind of rope. They have to keep doing the same patterns all over and over and over again, and the people keep falling for the old okie doke. If you pay attention to the program, you got to pay attention to your soul and your soul salvation, because that's all you need to pay attention to.
But who is the they though? Who is the they
the program?
Though?
The ones who are assimilating the program of the ego, and you that's paying attention to their programming. But
who created the program though?
We created it when we took on the role back on the ego part, which part we were going to play. What part?
Well, say that again. I don't want to. I think you. Say it again for me, sis. I'm sorry.
I said we took on the ego the part we wanted to play in the, family ego thing? That part. We took that, what we wanted to accomplish or do in this assimilation.
At what level did we do that at?
We did it, what level? Let me see. We did it at the ego level. No, we did it at the soul level.
Exactly. And why didn't we do it at the ego level versus the soul level?
Because we weren't ego at all when we're in the soul.
Thank you. Very good. And you can't create at the ego level.
No.
Very good. Very good. Okay. So every time we're talking about this they or we, I'm going to stop and go,
it's just this form of speech.
I know, and I'm doing it for a purpose, because I want us to truly, 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 truly get when we talk about the they and all of that, no, I need you to be more specific than that. But no, good drop, sis. You get it. Good drop. And thanks for sharing the story with the person that
I was so happy for her.
I know you were, girl. Shit.
They just stopped talking
you.
to me. Do you know that Hoochie Coochie has cleared out my phone bank, my friends, everything.
Good.
I mean, it
so
just
you
cleared
can
them
focus
out.
on self. Beautiful.
Well, they need once they get their self, when they get their selves and their soul in line and know
They're
that
not
this
your
is
concern. That's their journey.
No, it's not. It's not my concern.
They'll
That's
get
what they
there
have
when
to
they
do.
get there.
They'll get there when they get there. And I just had one that
Absolutely.
was getting there, and I was just so excited.
That's very, very good. Good for her.
Yep.
Good for her. Thanks, sis. Brother Sean.
Enjoyed you all.
Yeah. Brother Sean, you have
You
any
too,
last
Brother
words?
Sean, too.
Yeah. You have any last words, Brother Sean?
Well, bruh, ego and shadow work. Has the ego been serving the purpose of the soul? That's what that shadow work is about. You mending that relationship with the ego and the soul in order for the ego to serve your soul. That's what it's supposed to do. But you choose the opposite. Everything is about the ego. But everything about the ego should be about your soul. Period. If you chose a certain experience and you feel in your soul that what you're experiencing now is not the experience you signed up for, that's between you and your ego.
Ooh, can you say that again? Shit.
If you feel as though in your soul you're not having the experience you chose, that's between your ego and your soul. You have to do the work. It's you, that ego part of you, that has to be put in check. Your soul has always been and will always be perfect.
Yes.
The experience is through the ego. If you want to control the experience and have the experience you want, you have to control your ego.
Yep.
Not somebody else's ego, but your own. The frequency that you're putting out, that's what you're going to manifest. Everything you manifest will be at that frequency. Get your ego used to being in higher frequencies and serving the soul. Wholeness and power. Love y'all.
All right, fam. All right, so there it is, baby. I ain't got nothing else to say on this. We'll be back next week.
Nothing, honey.
We'll be back next week. I wish everyone well. Thank y'all for rocking with us. Thanks to the fam. in the comments. Y'all was really dropping a lot of stuff. You know, truly love you all. You know, thanks to my co-host. Truly appreciate you. Thank you, son Scotty. Okay. Love you, son. Okay. All right. Glad you was able to join us, and you didn't mess up your end, so it's appreciated. Thank you, nephew Nuwa, for dropping in. Much appreciated. Sorry you didn't get a chance to really talk a lot tonight. Okay, and thanks to Sis Sandra. Thank you for sharing with us that lady's conversation that she had with herself. Okay, because that's all you're doing. Your higher self, your soul, having a conversation with you. All right. And then thank you, Brother Sean, for the absolutely wonderful soul wisdom that you gave us tonight. Okay. All right. And then thank you to the YouTube family watching. All right. So with that said, fam, shit, it ain't nothing more for us to say. Oh, okay. I give myself a little.
Get the likes.
I guess give myself a little explosion. Okay. All right. Okay, fam. So that's all we have. Y'all know what I always say. Love yourself.
Peace, love.
Go create the world you want to live in. So with that said, fam, we'll be back next week. Love you all very much. We are Truth Uncompromised, fam. Peace and love.
Peace and love.